Good evening! Good evening! Let's go indeed! Welcome! Welcome! Welcome, Strategy Informer. Welcome, King Alpha. Welcome, Energy Johnson. Welcome, Beastman. Woo! Redline would say. This is the Redline stream. Welcome. Hotline. They should have called him Hotline, not gonna lie. Hotline, get it? Hot, because he's hot. How's everyone tonight? It's Saturday. Ivano, what's up, yo? Get in here. Thanks for being here. Yeah, exactly what I said. I don't think you're all here for one thing only, and that is me talking about or reading you more Undefeated. So I'm gonna be the one who just jumps right in today because I'm hype as shit. I really want to know where this goes, and I want to know what happens next because this is really fucking good. This is some good prime fucking stuff. So get ready, strap on your strap-ons, and just enjoy the ride. Oh yeah. Undefeated is intended for audiences age 18 or older. Yeah, we already saw that. A few weeks passed relatively uneventful, aside from the dread of the next fight looming over me. Brayden tried getting in touch with me to weasel more information, but I can't really talk to him. He has nothing to do with the fights. He doesn't need to get involved. Theodore has pretty much vanished. Seems no one really sees him outside of matchmaking day. Nah, not that he would have been any help either. He bolted when I tried to talk to him about it then. I don't think that would change now. And roll onto my side. Roll onto one side. My mattress feels a lot less comfortable these days. The sheets are draped over my top half. I get really uncomfortable when my feet are too hot, which happens pretty frequently in this room. They shut off the air conditioning at night sometimes. Can't really tell why or how often. But I'll sometimes wake up in a pool of sweat. Redline seems to have figured it out though. With his box fan blowing colder, stale air onto his body. Oh, I'm pretty sure you want to blow something on his body too, don't you? We all want to do that. Well, maybe. He says the sound of the fan helps him sleep. Not too intrusive, and it keeps the air moving, so I can't really complain. God, his position looks uncomfortable. His limbs are contorted in wild positions. Each their own, I guess. I click my phone to life. Breakfast is to start for another half hour. I sigh. Might as well get out of bed. Waking up early has never been hard for me. Deer are light sleepers by nature, so everyone in my family would always wake up around sunrise. Charlotte, welcome! It helped for training too. Once I started getting serious about it. After I moved out though, waking up wasn't just natural, it was necessary. Those store shelves didn't stock themselves, especially for how early my work opened. Even if it meant unloading hundreds of pounds of shit off a truck at hours unseen by God. Oh well, all of that is behind me now. Maybe not the early mornings, but that's fine. I like waking up before everyone else. I get to have my alone time. And the silence treats me well. Well, silence. Ignoring Redline's fan. I slip a tank top on and with my phone, slid down my lounge pants pocket, I step out of the bedroom. It's hard to believe I've almost been here for a month already. 1 month since that elevator ride. 1 month since leaving it all behind. 1 month since Bruce. And now I get to do it again in a few days. My stomach hurts again. Maybe I should go somewhere to relax before breakfast opens up. It's been a while since I hit the immersion chamber. Maybe the beach will calm me down. I'm doing good, Charlotte. I'm having a soju again, and I'm having a visual novel. So I'm great. I don't know about anyone else. I hope you're all doing swell. And the hall is quiet as ever. I haven't been back here since Redline was showing me around. I pull at the door. Locked. Redline must have used a passcode on that panel next to the door. Need a hand? Bucky's voice echoes from down the hall behind me. I was hoping to get some alone time, but if I had to be interrupted, I'm glad it's him. Yeah, Ivano is doing good. I hope you have a wonderful day too, King Alpha. Everyone should have a wonderful day. You all are awesome. Yeah, door's stuck. Bucky nods, tapping in something in the keypad. Yeah, this place is pretty high tech. I don't want random people coming in without a password. Give her a go. Sure enough, the door opens. Still nighttime in here, but it'll probably be sunrise soon. The ocean is still. No waves crashing against the shore. The silence is almost eerie. You're up early. Yeah, I couldn't sleep. I hear ya. Becky leans on the railing, overlooking the ocean. Nervous about the fight? Is this quiet like he's waiting for an answer? Move up next to him. How am I not supposed to be? He huffs out a short laugh. I still don't know how you got involved in that contract. It's got something to do with the system or whatever. I need to talk to the commissioner to get it fixed. What? What? You don't think you can take care of Bruce? I don't really know how to answer that without sounding like an ass. How is that even a question? Not really? But you? Oh, yeah. I didn't even take the time to think about that. Really? Mm-hmm. He'd be lucky to have any pieces left to put himself back together again. He's bigger than you. He's undefeated in his weight class. And what does that matter? Do you think I'm going to get anywhere worrying about all that? He turns his head to face me. I don't give a shit he's huge. That just means he's slower than me. I know how to handle myself. Leave that to instinct, and the rest of my focus go on tearing him to pieces. I mean, if anything, you can give Buggy credit for his self-confidence. Holy shit, that guy has balls for days. His finger jabs at his forehead. The absolute worst thing you can do. Absolute worst. Is to let them get in your head. The finger moves to the point between my eyebrows. You're not gonna let them get in your head. You know exactly who you are and you know exactly what you're going to do. Nothing can change that. And if the last 2 weeks of training have been an indication, you're probably going to leave him smeared across the cement. Right? Glad to hear you're doing well, Beastman. The finger in my head shifts to place his hand flat across my scalp. Staring up into his confident eyes, a genuine warm smile. It's hard to say no to that. He shakes my head gently. Right. I chuckle and swipe at his hand. It drops to the railing. Right, alright, you're probably right. Not probably, I am right. Full confidence, Zander. Whenever you doubt yourself, you gotta make yourself be confident. Even if it ain't real, fake it till you make it. That sort of thing. And you keep that confidence until it becomes real. You understand? I don't. He continues. If you doubt yourself, you lose focus. You take a hit, and it all snowballs until you end up eating pavement. But if you stay on track of positive thinking, it's gonna do wonders for your mental health, for your mental attitude. You start finding solutions you didn't see before. I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I'm back. So, I'll ask you now. Fighting Bruce. You're gonna win? It takes a bit to respond. My stomach is still in a knot. Yeah. Took a bit, but we got there. I'll ask again right before the fight. That bit got a chuckle out of me. Thank you, King Alpha, for the welcome back. And what happens if I lose? What did you just say? No, I know, but what if a miracle happens and he gets lucky and I lose? Then you lose. And you lose. And you get back up. And you try again next time. And you keep going until you break this big dumb snouting. Or die trying. He goes quiet at that. Not like he's mad or confused, but like he doesn't know how to respond. Oh, it won't come to that. Bruce is a brute, but he's not a killer. We are quiet for a moment. I break the silence. Do you genuinely think you could beat Bruce? Oh, absolutely. Not even with fake confidence. I'd drop his ass in a second. I eye his belly, pressed firmly against the wall of the railing. Redline did say it had been a while since people have seen him fight. I wouldn't get out without a few scrapes, of course, but he's lucky he ain't fighting when I was around. I'm surprised you can take a punch from him. I feel like one punch would send me to the ground with a broken jaw. Like his eyes peer down at me. Almost suspicious of my lack of confidence. That's why I'm not gonna let him hit me, obviously. There we go. You're not wrong. Bruce is a bit of a powerhouse, eh? Yeah. I'm not normally scared of getting hit from people in my weight class, but that's not really an option for me right now. Really? Not even Red? Red, back in our first class when you went through initiation, Pop dropped you like a sack of potatoes. I haven't really thought about that. I don't think I actually apologized to Red either. Like he could probably see my mood drop. Did you want to talk about that? He's a strong little bugger for sure. Probably just weren't expecting it, that's all. He tussles my hair, but his fingers get caught in my antler stubs. I flinch instinctively. Geez, just grow fast, eh? Yes. He doesn't have to tell me twice. And I need a haircut before you fight. And a bone cut. A trim. I've been dreading it for a while, but It has to be done. Guys, in a few days, I'll probably get it before breakfast. Got thinking. We've got grappling today. Can't have you jabbing out the eyes of my boys. Or are the boys grabbing at those antlers and yanking him around like he's he's a meat puppet? Because that's also an option. We're quiet for a little while. Just listening to the water sway gently. So, what brought you out here? He gives a contented sigh. I usually come out here for a run whenever I can't sleep. Something about the water just helps keep my mind at ease, you know? Pauses. Plus, running on sand gives me a better workout. Working on the treadmill is great and all, but it's good to get a change of scene, right? Keeps you sane. You get crazy down here if you're not careful. A trim. It's been a while, but I'm sure I can handle it. Gotta put you under some anesthesia. Did you eat breakfast? Die. No. Good. My stomach growls as he goes to explain how the trim works. I'm sure it's all just standard procedure shit. Interesting that he has to go through a trim because, as far as I know, deers, or some deers at least, are able to shed their antlers in the wild. So you'd think it wouldn't be that big of a deal just to, essentially trim it down a little bit. So that's fucking wild. My stomach growls as he goes on to explain how the trim works. I'm sure it's all just standard procedure shit. I had to get my antlers trimmed every once in a while growing up, and even more often now that I'm fighting. Not too big of a deal during the winter, but I need one at least once a month for most of the year. Just let them grow out, but I'd have to give up fighting. I don't know what I'd do with myself without that. Besides, I couldn't put on most of my shirts if I had my antlers grow out whichever way. I don't look good in a button up. Who says that? The doctor's been rambling for a bit. I know the drill. Anesthesia injected into the scalp. Bones are cuts as close as the doctor can get to the skin. Some of the fancier places topside have machines that do it a lot more efficiently, but those are expensive. Anesthesia alone costs more than most fur cuts. Thankfully, the league pays for it down here. So I guess that's why you don't see deer in the league often. I agree to whatever the doctor's saying, and he lays me back into the chair. A few seconds later, I feel the prick of a needle in my head. I close my eyes as the numbing feeling spreading over my head and face. Some time has passed. I feels fucking amazing. I don't know how, I don't know where they got this stuff, but it's so much better than where I usually get my trims. I groggily pull my eyes open, but the light of the room is too damn bright. Probably doesn't hurt to close them for a bit more. I barely got any sleep last night. I deserve to get some rest. And I've been training hard too, so I definitely deserve it. Even Bucky said so, I think. Maybe. I don't remember what he said actually. Was this morning a dream too? He did say we were grappling today, but I don't know if that was part of the dream or just me remembering the schedule he gave us yesterday. Shit. Wait, we have practice today. Shit, I need to get up like now. My eyes open and I sit up. It feels like my head weighs 100 pounds underwater. Holy fuck. It's a lot of pounds and very deep. Hey, Doc? No one responds. He must have just left me here to nap. Gotta go, I gotta train. Blinking feels heavenly. Like an extra bit of sleep in between this weird headache pulsing through my skull. I stand up off the bed, staggering towards the door. Hey, Downey, what's up? How you doing? Welcome. It's a miracle. I'm even able to make it there. Everything is so damn cloudy. I make it to the hallway. There's not another person inside. Happy Women's Day. Happy Women's Day to you too. Maybe they're all tending to other patients. Whatever. I have to get to class. Across the pond is International Women's Day. It is. It is a big deal in Russia, actually. Women's Day. They make this a pretty big deal over there. I stumble into the main hall and look around. It's eerily quiet. My legs are shaky without the walls to hold on to. So I try to get one. Ow. No. I'm not surprised. It's nice being on the floor though. I just close my eyes. What the fuck is wrong with you? Someone walks up beside me. I can't see him. Kind of muffled. But I think I understand what he said. It's nice You should try it. The floor, I mean. Wait. Shit. I need to get up. I need to go to practice. No, you're not. Come on. Whoever he is, he's got a nice voice. And he's really strong. Laying on the floor is amazing sometimes, yeah. Especially when you're high like that or drunk like that. If you know, if you're just like somebody who just wants to like chill, be like, look, I just need to lay right here. I had a buddy once when we had like a really hardcore night out and we're like drunk as fucking shit. Like we could barely walk. We're like a group of 5 people. And one of them just laid down on the street and just wanted to sleep. And he didn't get up anymore. Like we had to call an ambulance. Because he was like, yeah, I'm not getting up anymore. I want to die. I'm so tired. Please leave me and call an ambulance. And then he was like gone. He still breathed and everything, and he survived. He was fine. But at some point, or this is my warning. Just know your limits. Because if you drink so much you can't walk home anymore, you overdid it. Definitely. Yeah, it's pretty bad if you can't get up. No, he couldn't. We had to wait for the ambulance. It was really bad. We were worried shitless about him, but he was fine in the end, so nothing bad really happened. Fortunately enough. But I know for a fact he never drank that much ever again. I could just fall asleep draped over his shoulder. He carries me to an elevator. Somewhere. Nice and dark in here. Do you think Bucky will be mad if I miss class? The fuck should I know? Seemed like a good question. I don't want him to be mad at me. He gets mad at people. He gets mad when people call him Buck. But Redline does it anyway. I get mad when people call me Alex, so I get it, but the Redline doesn't call me Alex. He pauses. Okay. Swear to Christ. Mm-hmm. Elevator stops. I don't remember it starting, but it stopped. And now this big guy is carrying me down the hall. Which one is yours? Please! He's fucked up. My room is on the 2nd floor. I know, which one is it? Is that the end? Okay. Not just mine, though. I share it with Redline. Okay. He's really nice to me. Even though I'm mean to him sometimes. Okay. I don't think he should be nice to me. Okay? Because then I wouldn't feel so bad. Jesus, I gotta get some of what they gave you. You sound seriously fucked up right now. I laugh. Probably a bit too loud. My head hurts. It's Anastasia. Numbing for my antlers. I prod them. I can feel my finger poke against the... Holy fucking shit. This dude is so fucked up on drugs right now. It's fucking insane. Bro got a bit way too much of that good anesthesia. Mm-hmm. So I can get them cut. But it's different this time. Alright, we're here, I think. I'd been nearing unconsciousness for so long that my body nearly crumbles when he sets me down. I bet the guy who picked him up is Bruce. 1000%. I fumble with the thumbtack lock for a second, but finally get inside. Didn't I have to go to practice? Think I need to go to class. No, you're going to sleep. You can't even walk. Okay, it's a good idea. I stagger into the room and fall flat onto a bed. My legs curl up, and I drag the blanket over my body. Good night. He pauses for a minute. Yeah. The door closes and so do my eyes. Even though the sun is shining brightly through the window, I somehow manage to pass out. I wake up at the sound of buttons clicking. I don't know how long I've been out. I don't even think I remember falling asleep. Definitely not in my own bed. Yeah, it was Bruce, 100%. Zander, Oh shit, sorry, did I wake you up? He whispers loudly enough for me to hear it. I sit up in bed. No, it's fine. You look too comfortable in my bed, so I didn't want to wake you. Your bed? I blink a few times and shake myself awake. I'm definitely in Redline's bed. Mine is opposite side of the room. Covers neatly pulled over the mattress. Sorry. He taps a few more buttons on his controller. His laptop is propped open with some video game displayed. It's fine, dude! You looked out of it! And judging by how much you talk in your sleep, it sounds like you needed it. You needed the rest. I glare at him from behind. I talk in my sleep? Oh yeah, sometimes. Usually a bunch of nonsense, but it still means you're restless, right? I guess. I fish my phone out of my pocket. My head's still a bit dizzy from the meds. There's a text from the doctor and a few from Bucky. Doctor first. He applied some special gel to my antlers to keep them from growing back fast. There's something about the anesthesia being extra intense when used with the gel. I guess someone told him I was back in my room safe and sound. Redline maybe? No, Redline was at practice. But I remember talking to him. About him? The details are kind of fuzzy, my head hurts. I text back thinking the doctor, then swipe back to Bucky. Expecting the worst. There's a text asking where I am. Then another one hoping I'm alright, that he missed me in practice. I mean, it's nice as hell, even if I don't deserve it. I wasn't supposed to miss the class, but I did. And I feel kind of shitty about it. I'll have to apologize when I see him tomorrow. I'd go down now, but it's already late afternoon. I don't know where he'd be when classes are over. Redline. Puffs. Shaking his controller a bit. The game. You alright there? Oh yeah, no. I just dropped the combo. I'm a bit rusty still. Sitting up, I get a better look at the screen. Some kind of fighting game is rapidly playing out. There's some anime fox using her tail to rapidly stab her opponents. Some fat alligator man, it looks pretty old. I stand up and stretch my torso while Redline's screen flashes. Judging by the looks on his face, I guess he won? Looks up at me. Wanna play? Got a second controller. I'm gonna go for a walk, actually. Oh, okay. Can I come with you? I'd rather go alone. My phone buzzes with another text message. Please come to room 108 immediately. Well, that's ominous. What's up? Apparently someone needs me down in room 108. What? Who? Unlisted number. Oh, dude! Weigh in! Weigh in? He doesn't look away from his screen. Yeah, man! You know, it's like tradition, you know? Well, yeah, but I didn't think I'd have to do it with the whole situation. Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I think it's required. Even for freak cases like this. I guess I have no choice. It's those office rooms in by the mid-bar, right? Yep. I can walk you down if you want. I'm good. A quick sniff of my shirt and shoes to see if they reek from the nap. And I head out the door while Redline is still distracted by this game. This seems to be the place. There's a few people inside, so I go in. Dark in here. There's a camera crew off to one side. With a few people wandering around setting something up. Against the back wall, a little stage. A few steps high, with all lights and cameras pointed on it. Bruce is up there dressed up in fight gear, tapping through his phone. Someone says something to him, he grunts something back. Theodore, who I guess has been here the whole time, pops up to meet me with a little bag under his arms. It's good to see you, Alex. Are you well after your nap today? What is all this? I'm not going to ask how he knows about my nap. I mean, you could just put two and two together and find out that Bruce brought you to your room, but start, I guess. Your gear is here. Please change and get up on the scale. My pair of shorts and gloves are in here. Look back up at him, into the camera setup. And all this? It's for promotional material, advertisements and all that. I furrow my brow. I thought I already took a bunch of ads way back when, before I even came down here. Yeah, but the championship fights, they are special. I sigh. Alright, is there a changing booth? Hey, is that the kid? My ears twitch and I turn around to face some guy behind the camera. Get changed to get up there, we've got more shit to get to. Woo, Crab, what's up? How you doing? Hey, welcome. You want me to get changed here in front of everyone? You think we haven't seen a dude in his shorts before? Get a move on. Talking about it. Okay. And what are they saying? Oh yeah, I see the messages. I'm answering after the stream. I do it too. That's my short answer. I wouldn't really care about what others think about it. Fuck it. It wouldn't be as bad if I was wearing my briefs, but I put my jock on earlier in preparation for class. Oh no, he has his jock strap on. Oh no. Everyone else seems to be watching except Theodore, who looks really uncomfortable. That's not anything new though. I can feel my face get hot as I slide my shorts off and shimmy my pants down quickly. Scramble to put on my shorts. When I look up, no one's even noticed. Okay, good. Theodore guides me up the stage. Which has two giant metal plates on the floor side by side. I guess these are the scales. Bruce is standing on one, idly staring at his phone. He turns the attention to me as I climb up the steps and flashes a smile. Didn't think you'd actually show up, Runt. We kinda thought you pussied out, right, guys? He lets out a laugh and a few of the folks camera crew laughs along. I remain silent. Some people walk up the front of the stage and fiddle a bit with a screen on the front. A display turns on the back of the room, showing us what the cameras are recording. What? You're not gonna got nothing to say? Nothing I say is gonna make you stop talking. A man behind the camera pokes his head up. Bruce cuffs. I'm sure you can. I can make you stop talking real quick, kid. You must think you're cute challenging me again. What? Challenging you? Yeah, sent me to... Yeah. You keep running your mouth. Just don't say anything stupid. He lowers his voice, growling those last few words. And just woke up. Dang it! Welcome, wildfire. You didn't miss too much, I guess. Our friend Zander over here had to get a trim for his antlers. And while doing so, somebody gave him a drug that was so strong that he couldn't walk anymore. I should say an anesthesiac. And now we're at the weigh-in. Bruce versus Zander. Zander is so going to die in this next fight. Yeah, it was quite the night. Oh, and I forgot another thing. Right at the start, Zander had a pretty heartfelt talk with Bucky about confidence. That was pretty cute too. All right, guys, hold still. Bruce is standing there with one hand on his hip, the other arm pumping a biceps, just proudly puffed out for the cameras. I just thought of Zander seething. at least he admits he's seething. A few seconds pass, and the screen in front of our skates displays a green check mark. Bruce flashes a grin and poses, flexing both biceps up by his head. At that moment, a bunch of digital cameras start clicking, capturing photos across the room. The guy behind the video camera clears his throat. He lifts his head over the camera and glares at me. I guess he wants me to pose too. I copy Bruce's pose. Is it your first time, kid? Never posed for the cameras before? No? Yeah. Don't worry too much about it. I'll make sure there'll be nothing left to pose with after this set. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god, Adela. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Bruce, what are you doing? You're basically telling Zander you're gonna kill him. All right, now turn to face off. Then turns to face me. I'm getting flashback to a month ago when we first met. His smile is a lot bigger this time around. He stands there for a minute while cameras click and take photos, simply glaring me down. Then he steps forward, bumping me with his chest. I try to stand my ground, but he takes another step, and I'm forced to move backwards. Kid! He towers over me, nearly blocking out the light behind him. Holy shit. This is like the worst scenario. Imagine you're perpetually stuck trying to fight this dude. You're a fucking dead little man. Something inside me boils over, and I shove my hands against his body. A gasp circles around the room, and I see Bruce's expression go from happy to wildly jovial. Even I know putting hands on someone before the fight is a big no-no. I hop back, planting my foot awkwardly on one of the steps leading down from the stage. That seems to have been a good idea, as Bruce was reaching out to grab me as I moved. My foot is uneasy though, and in a split second, I slip, falling back onto my ass with a heavy thud. Whatever Bruce had to say about me and my shove had been completely washed over by how loud he and the crew were laughing at me. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but like, this is even worse. Like, so there's like 3 stages of what just transpired. Or not 3 stages, but there's like just, this is like the worst outcome, because he basically just embarrassed himself. Nobody's gonna take him seriously after that. How is our friend Zander gonna recover from that? Any rage I had quickly simmered back down to pure embarrassment. And you know the commissioner will never admit about the glitch. This is his worst day ever, man. I don't know, I think getting mauled by Bruce is probably worse. Holy shit, kid. You sure don't want someone in your own weight class? Second worst day ever. Say like you won't be soon. I mean, he already was once, right? So might as well do it a second time. And I don't know what's going on with the commissioner there and his weird glitch, but I hope we find out. Maybe the commissioner is actually Zander, but as Alex, and his wish is always to fight Bruce, and or something like that, you know, some weird that ties into my theory that he has a split personality. He starts flexing again, pacing on the stage as the cameras track him. And maybe Zander / Alex is just way too much into Bruce and wants to get mauled by him. Alex, are you? Theodore hopped back to my side, trying to pull me up on my feet. He doesn't offer much resistance, but I managed to get back up. Are we done here? Can I go back to my room? The rabbit looks around. Seems the crew is packing up and putting things away. Making idle chat with bros. Yes, you can get back. Cool. It sounded like he had more to say, but I don't want to wait around to hear it. I grab my bag that has my clothes, now neatly folded inside, and stop back to my room. I march back inside, dropping my face down onto my bed. Redline is still playing this game. He doesn't look away as I walk past. So, how'd it go? It sucked. I'm sorry to hear. Do you want me to go with you next time? What the hell would that help? Dude, shut the fuck up. The only guy in this room that would have cheered you on is Red, even after you embarrassed yourself. Red would fucking cheer you on so much that you would bounce back, even from that embarrassment. Shut the fuck up. Red would help. You do not insult Red in this house, in this stream. You don't. No. I lay silent, rolling over to face the ceiling, listening to the sounds of Redline's video game. After a while, he closes the laptop. Zander doesn't deserve No one deserves Redline. No one does. Redline is a league of his own. Yeah, he would be the loudest in the room. You're correct, Wildfire. And Redline is also somebody who wouldn't have 1 ounce of fear in his bone in front of Bruce. Would he lose? Probably. But he would never doubt himself that he could take on Bruce. I'm gonna grab dinner with the guys. You should come with. It'll be fun. Might hit up the pool later. Maybe swing by the beach for some drinks. I'll pass. There's a bit of a pause. Are you sure? Might help to get your mind off things. Nah, go ahead. Well, if you say so, I'll save a seat for you, okay? I hear him shuffle around for a bit before leaving. Oh, it just feels like a bad dream. But if my sore ass is any proof, I'm wide awake. The fight's in 3 days. What am I supposed to do if I can't even move him? Bucky's voice rings in my head. Full confidence, Zander. Whenever you doubt yourself, you gotta make yourself be confident. Even if it ain't real. Fake it till you make it. That sort of thing. And you keep that confidence until it becomes real. You understand? You doubt yourself, you lose focus. With focus, you take a hit. All snowballs until you end up eating pavement. So I'll ask you now. You fighting Bruce, or you gonna win? I breathe in for a heavy sigh. My chest quakes like I'm about to cry. I feel like I should cry, actually. My body doesn't seem to make it want to come, though. I have no choice but to get back up and fight. I have no choice. Yeah, all set. As I'll ever be. Fight night. Can't say I'm exactly confident in what's about to happen, but there's no turning back now. In the hallway towards the immersion chamber, there's a few doors off to either side of that branch off. Inside, each is a sizable room with a few screens, loads of seating, and a staircase leading down. The staircase is reserved for fighters and some VIPs. Pretty much anyone the fighter allows to follow them down. to prepare for the fight. You better allow Red. Bucky and Red, those are your wingmen. Take the staircase down through a few hallways leading to an elevator. And that takes you down to the main arena. Can be a bit of a maze, but it helps isolate the fighters. Everyone else stays behind to watch the fight on TVs. The doors to the staircase stay locked until the fight is over. There actually is an alternate entrance through the med bay, but they'd rather that be freed up for fighters that need it. I know who needs it after this fight. He starts with a C and ends with an Ander. Bucky and I went down early to avoid the rush and hopefully to help calm my nerves. Not really helping, but I guess it's better than getting heckled by the rest of the guys. His hands are massaging my shoulders as we stand in front of the elevator, waiting for the attendant to take me down. You're gonna do great. He's practically whispering in my ear. I think he can't tell how nervous I am. At least my shaking arms are giving it away. You know the plan? Yes. We'd spent the last few days figuring out an effective strategy for handling Bruce. I'll make sure it's a nice funeral. Hopefully. I want a mahogany coffin. Is it mahogany? I think it's mahogany. Yeah, it is. I want a mahogany coffin. It worked in practice, at least on the guys available to us in my class. But still, there's no telling if it'll work on him. Hey. His hand covers mine, gripping it tight. He kneels down, staring into my eyes. You're shaken. Listen to me, Zander. Even if this doesn't work out, we'll find a way. He's speaking softly, tenderly, the low timbre resonating up through my arm into my chest. And if it gets too dangerous out there, tap out. Mahogany. Mahogany. Mahogany coffin. So the rainforest dies with me. We can train you up to beat this if you let yourself get broken too badly, okay? We can't train you up to beat this if you let yourself get broken too badly, okay? Obviously, you won't get beat, right? He claps my shoulders and smiles warmly. Bruce plays by the rules. But sometimes he can get a little careless. If it gets too scary, and you feel like you're in serious danger, tap out. We'll recoup and find another way. Right? I never liked tapping out. Not that I need it too often, but even still, always felt like quitting. And no referee down here to facilitate the fight. It's up to the fighters to determine when our fight is done. Bruce certainly isn't going to stop until I'm incapacitated. So I'm the only judge of how much I can take. But how much is enough? I'm still conscious? Doesn't that mean I should keep fighting? What happens if he breaks a bone? Will I still be awake? Will that even stop Bruce? Lucky's warm expression has changed to be more concerned. Alright? You kinda stared off into space there, Zander. I shake myself back into it and nod. Understood. I'll do my best. That's all I can ask of you. Bucky hugs me. He's warm. His body is soft. We stay like this for a moment. I don't feel a shake anymore. The elevator dings and the doors start to part. Bucky stands back up and steps behind me. You're gonna do great. I step onto the elevator next to the attendant. Knock him dead, Zander. Well, not actually dead, but you know. The door shuts while he stammers to correct himself. It's clear now that my confidence wasn't fake enough to convince Bucky that I could do this either. But is tapping out really the only way to survive this without a concussion or worse? Submitting to my opponent really isn't my thing. Hasn't been for a while. Used to get told off for giving up too early. I don't want to disappoint Bucky like that. But he's the one suggesting it. God, this sucks. All the while the attendant has been listing off the rules for the fight. Same as it ever is. We get to the bottom and I deposit myself into the empty arena. Lights come up and like a deja vu at this point. I wait behind the line for Bruce to step up. I learned from watching the other guys' fights these last few weeks that the commentators are doing some sort of preamble right now for broadcast viewers. It's all being live streamed in real time, so I just wait around until the show starts. Sure enough, the door opposite me opens and Bruce steps out and moves toward his line. He's got the same cocky grin as always. Well, well, well. Back for round 2, little man? Well, maybe second half of round 1. You barely lasted long enough to call that last fight a 4 round. He glares, waiting for a reaction. I just stare back. No chatty today, huh? Not full of fun little quips or scared explanations. Nothing. A short pause before he realizes I'm not saying anything. Then he steps to the center of the ring, taking a boxer stance. Right then. Come on, Zander. He spoke under his breath, just loud enough for me to hear it. Your fans are waiting. Deep breath in and out. My guard comes up as well. It seems to elicit a smile from Bruce. I cross the line into the ring and the buzzer goes off. Bruce watches me approach, his body unmoving, but as I get close, he moves in. I step back immediately on the defensive. He laughs. Ah, Bruce is a fan. How wholesome, moan cracking sound. You're so scared of me. That's adorable. What's the matter, kid? Thought you were training hard. You don't gotta be scared of big bad Bruce. He'll end you nice and quick. He steps out on that last word, his massive fist firing forward. I lean to the side, evading the blow. His rear fist aims for my face, only to whiff completely as I sway to the opposite side. Duck down this low, this close, this unprotected body. I fire a few shots out before circling behind him. Backing up to create some distance didn't seem to have any effect. Bruce is unfazed as he follows me into the center of the arena. Not bad, kid. Why don't you come a little closer? Having trouble hitting me? Not in a million years. His face sort of tightens up at that. He carries himself confidently, so I need to make him vulnerable. Get his guard down. Dangerous game, but I can't bait out of. But if I can't bait out that anger, I can get him where I need him. He reaches out for me. I parry at his wrist, making sure to keep my limbs outside his grab range. With his arm outstretched, I duck down, peppering that body with more blows before circling out once again. I'm lucky this arena is so wide. Even with a beast like Bruce, I've got space to move freely. I can't even step over the line as long as I get back in quickly. Ew. Just can't sit still, can you? You can't hit me though. He scowls. Alright, smartass, you wanna bet? Zander is so fucking dead. If Bruce gets a hold of him, he's gonna fucking murder him. It's gonna be over. I don't waste time to respond, already moving in as he speaks. My fist thump against his body uselessly. I can tell he's getting slightly more pissed though, as I immediately back out of the position. His desperate grab comes down, reaching for my frame only to hit the space I once occupied. Jumpy, kid! Bruce stumps forward, throwing a single fist for my head, only to have it meet in thin air. If he can't hit me, I can't go down. Actually a smart sentence. If he doesn't hit you, you don't go down. I hope you worked on your cardio too, Zander, because he isn't exerting himself too much. You are. And at one point, you're probably out of stamina, and then he's gonna fucking kill you. I take a step back. Bruce takes a step forward. His rear fist pistons forward at breakneck speed. I blink, barely able to react by leaning my head back. It reminds me of my game style. If I hit fast enough, he'll be dead faster. It's true. Yeah, when he grabs him, he's dead, but he did better than last time. Oh, 100%. He already did so much better than last time. It's not even funny anymore. The glove fist misses narrowly, coming up short to my snout a few centimeters. A powerful gust of wind whips against my face. I take a step back. Bruce grunts, twisting his torso to one side. His leg starts to lift for a kick. Now's my chance. With my back to the line of the ring, Bruce probably figures he can corner me and keep me out of the space. He's trying to send a front kick and force me out. The foot explodes forward, but I'm already moving before it reaches its peak. I pivot to left, getting around to Bruce's side. I force my torso against his abs with as much weight as I can muster, trying to knock him off balance. It seems successful. The dinosaur now needing to lean forward on his outstretched leg to stay standing. With Bruce leaning forward now, almost bent over, I leap onto his backside. My arms tangle around his neck and immediately start tightening. I hear him choke up, his arms reaching for mine. To contest the hold, I constrict even further, gritting my teeth as my biceps stick into his throat. Look at Zander over here being a fighter. This forces another cough from Bruce. His throat vibrates with a growl. My arms pull in forcefully, holding the choke as hard as I'm able. Bruce's thick fingers can't wedge their way between my arm and his neck. Princess Bride moment. Whoa, that'll probably fail, but still. He can't get a grip on my arm, there's no escape. He coughs out a bit of a chuckle, walking around with me on his back now. A hand moves to my elbow, which quickly drops down to his shoulder. I can't afford to give him an ounce of leeway. He coughs. His coughs are getting desperate now. His breathing slowed in an effort to conserve the oxygen. I ask myself why Bruce just doesn't jump up and just lets himself fall on his back, like basically squishing Zander. That would probably, maybe it's not a good move. I don't know. I'm just watching MMA. I'm not practicing it. So. His coughs. The beast pauses, freezing in place in the center of the ring. I'm praying for the tap out. Bruce starts to lean backwards. I can't just release the hold I risk so much for. But the beast is definitely falling now. Fast. Me with me in the perfect place to cushion his fall. Just have to hope I can withstand a fall. He's gonna do it. We land with a nasty crash. My head getting whiplash and rocking into the hard cement floor. I cry out, desperately clinging onto Bruce. When my shoulders pressed into the floor, I felt my hold loosen, granting Bruce just enough space to squeeze his grip underneath. He pulls my arm away effortlessly, taking in a heavy breath and growling it out. I love the stunt, kid. You're alive back there. I don't bother responding. I think my head is bleeding from the impact, but I can't check right now. All I can try to do is to pull my hold tighter, fighting uselessly against Bruce's grip. He grunts and pulls my arms to either side, rolling over on top of me. Our eyes meet again, his breathing heavy, blowing hot air out of his snout. His body is heavy. But through that breath, he's showing off a big toothy grin. The grip on my arms tightens, forcing the bones to strain. No! What are we gonna do with these? He shakes my arm a little bit. The grip loosens and I swing at his jaw, only for Bruce to force my forearm down against my neck. Oh, you're still awake, huh? Can't risk you trying something cute. Let's rip him off. His form rises up a bit, one hand keeping my arm pressed into my throat. He takes my left wrist as he crawls over to that side. Bruce turns perpendicular to my body, straightening my arm out against his abs. Both of his knees trunk. Legs drop onto me, forcing another gruff choke out of me. Oh, there goes the fucking arm. Say goodbye. I'm press F in chat for Zander's arm, please. F's in chat. With a firm pull on my arm, Paige shoots straight down my wrist into my shoulder. He's bending my elbow backwards, pulling on my arm hard enough to dislocate or even worse. I cry out in agony, trying to lift his legs off my chest. Up, careful, runt! He locked his ankles, essentially sealing his armbar position to leverage more pain into me. My joints are bending, muscles are pulling. Far worse than anything I've experienced. My grunts and growls turn into desperate cries. He's going to break it. He's going to break my arm again. I'll have to start over again and again. If he doesn't stop, I'll lose all the progress I made. I have no choice. My free arm reaches up, tapping against Bruce's ankle 3 times. I tap out submission, an admission of defeat. The instant he feels those taps, the hold loosens and the pain stops. But the hold doesn't release. He growls. What's that, kid? Do it again? His grip tightens, but he doesn't pull the arm. Still, the pain is definitely still raw, so I start tapping again, growling as he taunts me. The second set of taps makes Bruce release entirely, throwing my damaged arm over my sweaty, exhausted body. Yeah, holy shit, dude. He had to humiliate him. He really had to. His arm survived. I'll see if he got Bruce's respect a bit. We'll see. I still can't make sense of Bruce. If he's just really a villain or if he has more layers than just being like the obstacle that our main character has to overcome. So far, he has just major obstacle vibes to me. His pride was hurt, but he got to keep his arm this time. Yeah, I guess. There we go. Bruce rises, pushing off the ground to get to his feet. Both his arms raised in celebration. He's posing for the cameras, yelling and cheering about his victory for the crowd. I lean back, closing my eyes and rubbing my shoulder. I don't think it's broken, but it definitely hurts. God, this sucks. But at least I'm alive. If I were him, I'd keep him out of fights until the glitch is fixed. How else? He has to fight. That's the thing. The champion has to fight. I think they even said that last time, so... I swear I read it as... But at least I'm cute. Bruce is still pacing. Can feel his footsteps wander aimlessly around me as I rest. They are getting closer. A heavy weight drops onto my chest. Something breaks. I don't know. It hurts to breathe. Keep Zander out of fights. My eyes shoot open, looking up at the man towering over me. Bruce is staring down, eyes wide, frozen in place. His cocky grin is gone, replaced with a lost expression. What the fuck just happened? His foot lifts up of my body, now moving to stomp down next to me. My ribs. Ew. What the fuck? I try to raise my voice, hoping to sit up, only for indescribable pain to pulse from the center of my body. My body collapses, sucking in wheezing breath. Bruce straightens up, closing his eyes and moving over me toward the elevator. I don't think he meant to do that. I really think Bruce didn't meant to do that. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Bruce didn't meant to do that. I'm in too much pain to try and call out. The doors open behind me, and I can hear a few people make their way toward me. Easy, Alex. Rage. Just relax. Try not to take any deep breaths. No, he really doesn't. Dude is made out of toilet paper sometimes. I bite my tongue for my own sake and close my eyes. It was either exhaustion or shock that carried me to sleep. I don't know which one is better. Something. Just sleep now. The sleep didn't last long too, though. Alex, good to see you. I sip air in slowly, glaring at the feline walking into my room. It's hard to get a full breath without... Ah, fuck! A string of pain streaks up from my torso. That'll teach me to try to take a deep breath. Drayden looks uncomfortable with a half smile. Oh, wow, okay. Message received, Alex. Ha, ha, ha. Rips. He straightens up, moving to my bedside immediately. What happened? You broke my fucking ripstock. What else do you want? Another stabbing pain down my side. I grit my teeth and lay back, growling. Shit, okay. Lay back and try to relax. Broken ribs are fucking gnarly, man. You can't really do anything. Other than wait until they heal, and it fucking hurts as hell. Cool, it's always good for the main character to have a rival obstacle to overcome. So it raises the stakes. Absolutely. It's absolutely what I like, but I want the obstacle or the rival to be more than just to be there for just that exact point. But Zander's case, he's struggling against both Bruce and his anxiety. I wouldn't say, I'm not sure about the schizophrenia, but he struggles against his anxiety. He has massive anxiety. And Bruce. And I feel like Bruce is his anxiety manifest in some way. Yeah. Drayden moves swiftly to the other side of the room, throwing open a cupboard on the wall and rummaging around. He returns to my bedside holding 2 pills. He pauses, looking around frantically. Shit, hang on. What? Water for the pills. Just fucking take them dry. I'm about to scream. Drayden drops the pills into my hands and I nearly toss them into my mouth. They're a little big, but I managed to choke them down. By the time they go in, Drayden returns with a little paper cup of water. I guzzle that down too, crumbling the cup and laying back against the pillow. He grabs a clipboard at the end of my bed and flips through it. Yeesh, no kidding. What? You're gonna need a chest x-ray. Maybe a CAT scan too. I don't know if that was his way of trying to make some stupid joke about him being a cat. I just running off my eyes. Zander TMI. So, probably just hurts to breathe. Obviously. But I don't want you to try holding your breath or anything, okay? It sucks, I know. Those pain meds should start kicking in soon. Won't be perfect, but you'll feel a lot better. For now, I need you to keep breathing. Just take it slowly. Don't worry about moving around until the pills are in. Can't you hook me up on an IV or whatever you did last time? He shakes his head. We need to assess what's wrong first before we can treat it. But for the time being, just lay back and breathe. This sucks. I don't want to lay back and wait. I want to fight. I want to get back to my room and sleep this shitty night off. I want to breathe without feeling like getting stabbed. I want to, whoa. I can breathe just fine. Drayden smiles. Looks like the meds kicked in. How are you feeling? Fine. Drayden, what did you give him? What did you give him, Drayden? I feel really sleepy. Definitely not from exhaustion, though. Just something else. I can feel a smile creep across my face. Drayden lets out a little chuckle. Looks like it. Codeine will do that to a person. Codeine, huh? Maybe I should have gotten some last time. He shakes his head, still smiling. I'll be dead in the ground long before any of my patients develop a taste for this stuff. Emergencies only. Now come on. We're gonna get you scanned. Yeah, he gave him drugs again. If that continues, he's gonna develop an addiction. Gonna be fucked up too. I already see Zander going into his next fight completely drugged up, so he can feel pain and then just wailing on Bruce until it's over. Either he or Bruce. Drayden gives me a weird smile. Man, imagine we would eventually just call him our dealer. Jokes, huh? I'm learning more about you every day. He helps me out of bed and onto my feet. It's a little hard to walk, but I manage to follow Drayden's orders pretty well, given my condition. I spent the night in the med bay. Sleep was already alright for the most part. By the time I woke up, I was ready to get hooked up to their meds. So, some good news. No lung puncture. And only 2 ribs got damaged. Hooray! The problem is that the fractures aren't exactly clean. Be speedier heal if it was a clean break. I guess that's what happens when a 300-pound man tries to collapse your ribcage. Overall, it could have been a lot worse. I'd say you got lucky. Brayden seems to catch my glare, wiping a smile from his face. Drayden's like, hey look, it could have been so much worse. You could have had a punctured lung and die. It's alright, dude. Really, it's not that big of a deal. So, I never expected Bruce to do a dirty blow like that. He can get out of hand sometimes, but I've never seen him try anything after the fight's already over. I don't think Bruce did that on purpose. I really don't. I'm gonna go to bed here for my man Bruce. That wasn't on purpose. Doesn't surprise me. What do you mean by that? He's been an asshole this whole time. That from the whole nearly killing me in the ring. He came back after my first fight to make fun of me in the med bay, and a few days later I pause. I haven't really thought about what happened that day. Even just mentioning it managed to freeze me in my tracks. Alex? I shake myself back to Drayden. The heart rate monitor I'm hooked up is going crazy. Are you alright? I'm fine. I'm fine. Drayden rolls his eyes. A broken rib. So broken ribs are fucked. Because if you have a broken rib, as I said earlier, you have to heal it out. There's nothing you can do. Or you could technically probably operate on that shit, but most hospitals wouldn't do it. And you just gotta tough that shit out, you know? And I feel like it's probably the worst, or one of the worst at least, because there's nothing really you can do. You just have to wait until it healed. And your heart rate just spiked for the hell of it? I said I'm fine. Another attempt to sit up was met with stabbing pain in my body. I groaned and lay back. Well, we've got plenty of time to talk on it, seeing as you're stuck here all day. What's going on? Drayden's sitting with one leg crossed over the clipboard propped up on his knees, pen in hand. Quiet aside from my monitor. A flash of that moment creeps down my spine. Bruce staring me down as the world watches in anticipation. It's nothing, really. Redline and I were eating lunch and A clamor outside of the door. A clamor outside the doors catches my attention. Drayden seems to notice it too. He turns towards the entrance to my room. Zander! Speak of the devil, Redline forces the door open, standing in the doorway. The door swings forward, slamming against the wall, and then back into Redline with the same force. Without skipping a beat, Redline pushes it open again, holding it firmly against the wall to keep it from flinging back again. Redline. What the hell was that? Dr. Drayden, this is Redline. Yeah, hi. Thank you for bursting into my patient's room unannounced. I assume security let you through? Redline's gonna kill a man. I feel like he will. I don't think I've heard Drayden sound so unhappy. Redline turns to face him. I'm Zander's roommate! That's not what I asked. Redline stops for a moment thinking, then turns to me. I was going to come last night, but security said your room was off limits. Again, this is not what I asked, but I'll assume the answer is yes. Redline, meet Dr. Drayden. Oh yeah, we already met in passing. We talked a bit the first time I was here. I love Redline. Redline is the man. Apparently he has a fight too in this visual novel, and I can't wait for the fight. Ah, I remember that. I was trying to get to my patient's room, and you were just chatting up a storm. Good to see his behavior seems consistent with other people. Means I don't have to deal with it alone. Still, Drayden seems to have a kinder tone in his voice now. They seem to hit it off pretty well, actually. Talking to each other like it's no problem. Redline says something funny and Drayden laughs. I'm surprised you even remembered after all these months since we talked. But I'm afraid you caught me and Alex in the middle of... Alex? They both stop for a beat. I can feel my stomach tighten. Yes, Alex. He gestures towards me. That's Zander! They both look at each other, then to me. I sit up. Yeah, Alexander Mason is my legal name. Drayden shifts uncomfortable, looking down at his clipboard. Right, that's what I have here, Alexander Mason. You told me it was Zander, though. I hate this. Right, yeah, it's what I like to be called. Oh, why didn't you tell me? I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. Now that they know, it's all they're ever going to call me. They're both quiet for once. I guess they're waiting for an answer. I can't look at them. I didn't think it would matter. My name is Alex, so call me Alex, I get it. Well, no. Not when you want to be called Zander. Didn't you try correcting them a few times earlier? I think he tried to correct Drayden about it. But Drayden was like, huh, okay, Alex. I mean, he had a concussion too and was just in a fight with Bruce. So I would just, like, you know, be probably the same, like, are you okay there, Alex? And Alex never really told them, because this is like something you really need to do. If you have another name or want to use another name, I think you properly have to correct people or tell them, just look, I know my legal name is this, but I'd like to be called this. Please do that for me. And they will do it. I've never met anyone who was like, yeah, no, I don't do that. I mean, there's probably assholes out there that will probably be like that and say, no, I will call you by your legal name. But like, I feel like 80% of people would be like, yeah, okay, I call you what you want to be called. Just talk to people. It can be fucking easy sometimes. Because it's so common, people usually twist it away from just Alex. Yep. Well, no, not when you want to be called Zander. Drayden scribbled some lines on his clipboard and writes a bit more. You should have told me when we met, Zander. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what to say. The nuts is still tugging at my chest, but I should be feeling relief. Sorry. Drayden smiles, Redline smiles too, but that seems to be its default mood. Yeah, but like you getting jokingly called Alexis, Beastman sounds like more an asshole move. Drayden smiles, Redline smiles too, but that seems to be his default mood. Nothing to apologize for, I think we are all good here, then Zander. But no secrets from me, okay? I'm your doctor, I need to know these things. And now I'm gonna look at your dick, Zander, so get those pants down. Yeah, it's bullying. Whip it out, Zander. Redline can't stay, I'm sure he's seen it plenty of times. I mean, Redline is probably the guy who just like, who's just standing next to you in the shower, looks, and just tells you it doesn't even matter what you pack in. And he's like, hey, dude, you got a nice dick down there. And he doesn't even mean it like in a I don't know, flirty way or anything. He's just like, hey, it's cool that you have one too. Right, sure thing, doctor. And if you don't, I'll call up Redline. Oh no. He'll tell me everything. I'll tell him all about your terrible sleeping habits. Oh. I go to bed way before you do. Yeah, exactly. You never hang out with me and the boys. Terrible habits. They both laugh at that, and I find myself laughing too. It's nice. I don't laugh that often down here. Laughing has its consequences though. The pain reminding me that my ribs did break just the night before. I think Drayden sees my reaction, judging from the uncomfortable look on his face. Redline stayed for a bit to chat, and Drayden had to leave for some other important doctor business, so they both left eventually. And Redline brought my phone down so I could at least watch some videos to pass the time when there was nothing on TV. Wish the network was better down here though. I'm barely scraping by 1 bar. A day passed. Enough time for my ribs to make the recovery on the proper meds. Never mind the silence, especially when talking. Leaves my chest hurting. So that's it? All cured? Well, yes, technically. Is there a catch? No, or yes, sort of. Bones are weird, Zander. Takes a pause. That's long enough to make me think that was a full statement. Start to say something, but he continues. Especially with a break like yours, it's hard to tell if it's completely fully healed. They might look clean on the x-ray, but there's could be still fractures. Like tiny hair fractures? They would be mean. So it's still broken. I just need you to be careful, Zander. If you push yourself too far and your wounds aren't healed, they're going to open again, and you'll end up right back in that hospital bed. Not that I don't like having you around, of course, but I think we all want to see you up and fighting again. I'll see what I can do. I have no idea when my next fight is, so I can't really meter out how hard I'd need to be training for next time. Maybe Bucky can help with that. The last fight was only about a month after my first. I've already wasted 2 days recovering. I need to get moving. Just do your best. Sure. And be careful, I don't want to see you back here again. And I mean that in the nicest way possible. Right. It definitely feels weird walking now. Maybe I just paid attention to it before, but my breathing feels different. Maybe I got used to whatever fucked up position my ribs were in these last few days and just forget about it. Maybe I've got myself thinking way too hard on what breathing even feels like. And now I can't stop feeling it. Breathing, blinking. I even start to become aware of my clothes making contact with my skin. Ugh. Feels weird. Shake it off. Shake it off just when I get some lunch in me and get back to training. It's been a few days, and I'm still feeling a little raw from how that fight ended up. I had him. I could feel it. It wasn't as humiliating as a knockout, but at the same time having to submit twice was just salt in the wound. Wouldn't have been as bad if he didn't try to kill me after I already submitted. God, just thinking about that gets me angry. I need to take this out on a punching bag or something. Still hurts to breathe a bit. Maybe I need to slow down. First things lunch. And Redline with his gaggle of friends. I don't want to answer all the questions I'm sure they'll have. My chest already hurts from breathing. I can't imagine what talking that much will do. Stomach rumbling. Should shut off my brain and wait until my body carries me to the cafeteria. There we go. I see Redline in his usual spot with his friends. The hyena is sitting upright. looking like he wants to say something. His tail is going crazy. Every time he speaks up, someone says something louder and his voice peters out, waiting for his turn to talk. Oh, hey, dude! Redline unloads all the pent-up talk energy onto me, but I tune all of it out. Something about someone's famous sibling getting arrested, whatever. The rest of them continue to laugh and chat as I eat. At some point, the conversation transitions to old websites they used when they were younger. Famous forums and radio websites. Eventually, an argument breaks out which digital pet racing website was superior. One of the guys turns to me. All right, Alex, I almost forgot. It's Zander! They all sort of go quiet and look at Redline for a second. Okay. So, like, what's up with Bruce? I'm only halfway done with my food. So running away from this question is really an option. What do you mean? Why do you keep challenging him? Another one chimes in. Yeah, did he like steal your girl or something? They all laugh at that while I just pick at my food. We already talked about this last matchmaking day. Figured Redline would have blabbed more about it to you all already. They've got me in some fucked up contract. They have to keep fighting him. Anyone else wants to take my place, they are welcome to. I don't think they'd let you though. They all stopped talking now, laser focused on me. The lack of attention was nice while it lasted. But like, all the promo material, and the commentators too, dude. Everyone's saying that you're the one challenging Bruce. Really? I don't really know what to say to that. I guess it connects with what Bruce was saying at the weigh-in. I'm sure I can make you stop talking real quick, kid. You must think you're cute challenging me again. Yeah, Zander is a... I feel like Zander is a schizo. Challenging you? You assigned me to... Yeah. Keep running your mouth. Just don't say anything stupid. One of the guys has pulled out his phone. Like, dude, check out Headkick. Headkick is an online forum for fight fans. I checked my phone too, swiping away the missed calls from my dad and typing in that web address. Yep, knew it. Sure enough, front page, there's a video of my fight on there. Maybe don't read the comments, dude. You know how nasty some people can get. He's right, but that's not gonna stop me. How is this legal, Emma? Alex must have some serious problems going on in his life. If he's issuing these challenges, I'll be praying for him. I mean, true, but shut the fuck up. Bruce's armbar was really already deadly. I am surprised he respected the tap. It's probably not a good look to take off some kid's arm. Why is Bruce even taking the fights? Easy win, easy money. Yeah, if I had a payout as huge as Bruce, I'd take wins as often as I can. Oh boy. Let the dumbass keep challenging him. These fights are goated, lol. I know, right? People are actually bitching them out. Like, just enjoy the fight. I fought a guy Bruce's size in Taekwondo class the other day and won. I don't know why Alex is... Of course there's an internet tough guy in there. Holy shit. They got this comment section on lock. Whoever wrote this, he knows the internet. Fuck me, dude. I fought a guy Bruce's size in Taekwondo the other day. I won, huh? I could feel my mood drain as I read the comments. They're just as clueless as to why this is happening to me. But they have a little more bloodlust. Scrolling down a little further, the violent comments get only more intense. Anything good? No, well, some mostly delusional. Like, listen to this. Lol, same. I once had a fight off with two guys like Bruce, and I just kept getting back up until they stopped. These new fighters are pussies. Look. You're fucking lying! Why issue a challenge when you can't get back up? Good like comedic or good like supportive? Did I say good? I thought I said look. I'm confused now. Red said anything good. Oh, yeah. I thought, oh, yeah, right. Good as in supportive, I guess. I feel like Redline is more the guy who would look for something supportive. Redline rolled his eyes at that. Yeah, time to log off. They don't know what they're talking about. He's probably right. No good's gonna come from reading that more. My eyes keep scanning from comments of support. A few people cheering me on. A few saying that I need to sue the company. One even saying that FANG is exploiting its workers' safety for profit and needs to be investigated. Of course, there's also somebody like that in there. That one has a lot of downvotes and a lot of replies. I think I'll steer clear of reading those. I mean, they're right. No more doom scrolling. I mean, they're probably half right. I think the fight shouldn't be allowed between Bruce and Zander. A lot of bloodthirsty creeps on there, like way more than I remember there being. I guess that makes sense. I mean, that's why some fighters start in the first place, right? Ever since they regulated the hell out of football and rugby way back when MMA was the only sport left for people that want this kind of aggression. Oh, or pro wrestling, I guess. My dad always hated watching that stuff. Haha. I remember my dad talking about watching football with Grandpa back when he was a kid. Something about having to carry a ball to one end of the field. Was it even shaped like a ball? Every player was huge and jacked, and they just kept crashing into each other at high speeds. My dad mentioned he wanted us kids to play it when we got old enough, but by the time he got married, they already started implementing stricter safety stuff. I read a bit into it though. Those guys took a lot of damage to the skull. Can you believe they had kids younger than us playing that? That doesn't sound good. It sounds really dangerous, but Dad said it was really popular. He also said that the government went on to make it a pussy sport. His dad sounds like a really, really nice guy, and I'm kinda like being ironic. This was real life, FANG wouldn't even get investigated until a guy got killed in the ring. Not even maybe then. Is it American? There was a kid with a broken arm every week. Holy shit. Whatever that means. So you never bothered showing me how to play. Not that I minded. He showed me an old match or a game once. It just looked boring. Nobody made any progress for like half an hour. Yeah, apparently a lot of people protested when the new policies came into effect. Guess all the angry people got bored of that quick and went to watching MMA. Sounds like it. My grandpa and dad got all us kids into karate instead. So I guess he got something out of it. Redline keeps talking about his family history. I ignore it and keep scrolling down the article on Headkick. More comments. Why is he challenging him? What's his deal, lol? Alex, dude, please stop fighting Bruce, lol. It's hard to watch. Have you seen the scooter you put on leg so you can heal without a wheelchair? No, I've never seen that. But that sounds interesting. This is annoying. I've got to set the record straight. I tap the comment box and get to work. Oh no. I don't know where this narrative is coming from. I didn't challenge Bruce. Is that cool with you, Zander? And gotten so into the comment section that I hadn't been listening to the rest of the conversation. The guys and I were gonna head up to our room and play some games. You should come. The room is barely big enough to fit myself and Redline. I don't know if I'm too keen on having 5 other guys crowding around in there. I think I'll pass. I need to get to working out. Redline frowned at that. I thought Straight said you should be taking it easy. I am, just some light stuff to get back into it. I don't need Redline telling me what to do. How about you listen to your fucking friend, you cunt? Not gonna lie, Zander is a bit of a cunt. Sometimes. Maybe he deserves a broken rib. But he didn't learn his lesson. He lets out a little whine but ends up smiling. If you say so, need a spatter? Nope. That's the right answer, cause you're only gonna do light stuff. And that would have been my answer regardless, but I'm glad I passed this little pop quiz. Redline's gang heads out while I take my tray to the collection area. Cafeteria is kinda emptying out at this point. Wonder what time it is. Pull up my phone and... It seems I accidentally posted my comment. Must have bumped into my pocket sometime. There's a lot of replies. I feel my stomach churning slowly. That anxiety rising up. Maybe I should have said something public. Oh my... Zander, you fucking idiot. Shit, yeah, when I put it like that, obviously, I can't find the delete button fast enough. With the tap of a few buttons, the comment is gone. The replies are still piling up. You can seem to delete those. Yeah, of course you can't delete the comments, you fucking idiot. Oh no. At least he'll get to talk with the commissioner. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there is no talk with the commissioner because there's something fishy about that. Also about that explanation. I don't know, man. It's weird. We'll see. I'm just gonna shut off my phone. Get to work. Gotta get out of the cafeteria and hurry past Redline's friends. Don't want to get caught up trying to get my gym clothes with everyone else in the room. Ah, new clothes. Nothing more refreshing than a fresh change, even if these are about to get soaked in sweat. My last clean pair too. I have to find time to peel away from the others and get a load or two done. The machines are usually more free in the evening, so I head down later tonight. 4 washing machines for this whole floor, but only 3 of them work. Kind of ridiculous. Easy enough to deny commenting and claiming someone was role-playing, but no, it's not easy enough. Remember, they do monitor every activity you do on your phone. They said that last time, so he's gonna be in a heap of shit. Whatever, I need to get back on track. My legs have been aching that whole time in the medbay. Good of a time is any to get a moving. Oh yeah, FANG can deny that. Yeah, you're right. FANG can always say, nah, I wasn't. A few deep stretches and I hop on the treadmill. Start it up slow. Pop the earbuds in and bliss. No Redline, no blues, just Bruce. Just me and my music. Feels a lot like when I got my own place all those years back. The apartment complex had some semblance of a workout room, their basement. It was old and honestly a kind of creepy, so nobody really went down there. Thank God too, there were only 2 treadmills in their little dumbbell rack, with half the weights missing. I couldn't really afford MMA classes and gym membership at the same time, so I had to take advantage of whatever they provided. Plus with school and work, I had my schedule always full up anyways. Just me and my treadmill and my music. God, I still had that old MP3 player. I wonder if it's still kicking around somewhere. Ended up dropping out so I could take more hours at work. Still studied to get my GED, so at least I got that done right. Finally saved up for a proper smartphone. Work was down the street from home, and the gym was the same distance in the opposite direction. So I didn't really need a car to sink money into. Living in the bad part of town has its perks, I suppose. The apartment was cheap, even if it was held together with toothpicks and duct tape. Being down here doesn't seem to be bad. Doesn't seem too bad, all things considered. Though my apartment did at least get hot water regularly. I had less battle damage back then. I opened my eyes to adjust the treadmill a bit, and out of the corner of my eyes I see Bruce and his gaggle of friends off in the corner. Ew. Just don't make eye contact with me. He's about to turn, our eyes meet. God damn it. Bruce doesn't seem phased though. Just moving to the bench press to spot one of the other big guys. They must have it easy. No one's trying to fuck with him. Hell, I bet no one would even bother him on the streets. Oh, I bet there would be some tough guys that tried. I bet if I looked like that, I'd have much easier time. Doubt anyone would even want to get near me. There would be people who would try to fuck with you, regardless of how you look. Because they are either high on something or they genuinely suffer from too much self-confidence and think they can take you on. There is always someone who can absolutely shove a dildo, or there's absolutely always someone who thinks they can shove a dildo up your ass. Okay, maybe he's a little bit scary. My neighbors back home wouldn't even look at me if that were the case. Now what they always say, have witnesses, exactly. I bet if I looked like that, I'd have a much easier time. Doubt anyone would even want to get near me. Okay, maybe he's a little bit scary. Miss Oliver next door always needed help getting her holidays decoration moved in and out of the storage like 4 times a year. I remember her knocking on my door like a week after I moved in, asking if I could help her move some crates. If I looked like Bruce, she probably would have steered clear. Don't know if anyone else on our floor even gave her the time of day. I hope she's doing okay. Remember she baked me some cookies as thanks, but I had to turn them down, diet and all that. She kept trying different healthy alternatives after that, whenever I came by to help out. So he's definitely staring. Yeah, he does. He does, because he's Zander, and Zander is kind of weird. I guess it wasn't so bad up there, even if I was broke as hell. Rather be broke than living with mom and dad. Phone call stops my music, so I can't just ignore it. I learned from my last mistake and look at who's calling before yelling at them. Unknown number. But at the alternative, I suppose. Maybe Drayden calling to remind me of something. I accept the call. Hello? A familiar squeaky voice chimes over the phone. Alex, I apologize for interrupting your time on the treadmill, but I need you please to report to the commissioner's office immediately. Okay, should I change her? The call disconnects. He didn't even tell me where the office is. Oh. Zander, you have to talk with the commissioner right now. Maybe this is my chance to talk about my contract. Did Drayden finally get in touch, or maybe Bucky reached out? I stepped down off the treadmill, wrapping my earbuds up and shoving them in my pocket. Bruce is still with his butts laughing as one of them is struggling to lift the barbell. Gotta ignore that and head out. Fresh out of the gym, and the lack of sweat in the air is just as refreshing as always. 2 large men in suits standing on either side of the door. What's new though? Alex? Ew. Yeah. Follow us. I guess it solves how I'm going to find the commissioner's office. They stop moving without waiting for a response and I follow. These men, I assume, are the commissioner's bodyguards. They certainly look the role, though the sunglasses are probably unnecessary. Underground, even if it looks if it does add to the look. On the left side is an elephant, on the right side is a rhino. Both about as big as Bruce, dressed up in some business suits that could probably cost more than I make in a decade. Silent too, fine by me, but it is getting weird looks from anyone walking down the hall, seeing me surrounded by these two. They take me down towards the immersion chamber and then through the corridor leading to the arena. Or at least that's what I was thinking. With the rhino leading the way and the elephant behind, we took a much shorter path to a much more ornate looking door. The rhino wraps against it, and then both of them move to either side of the door, returning to the post, I suppose. After a second, the door opens inwards. It's pretty dark inside, I move in anyway. There, behind the desk stands the commissioner, I think. The door slams shut behind me, enveloping us in darkness. The only light is coming from a giant glass window, looking out over the arena. He stands there silent for a moment, turned away from me, with his hands behind his back. It's almost too quiet in here, I can't hear myself breathing. Hello, Alex. The tension cuts, cleft down the middle. That deep timbre shakes my core. Enough to make me take a sharp breath and straighten up. I wait for a moment, the silence lingering before realizing he's waiting for me to speak. My throat runs dry. I swallow and try again. Hello, Commissioner. Correct. I was hoping I could talk about the matchmakings. It's my understanding that you have broken your contract. What? Earlier today you made a comment on an online forum. My blood runs cold. In said comment you revealed details of your FANG contract, which is to remain confidential to those outside the league. There's a pause. Is this correct? He won't even turn to look at me. My breathing gets heavy. I said that I was trying to challenge Bruce. I didn't mean... That's all I needed to hear. I deleted the comment right after. He continues as if I didn't say anything. Surely you understand the stir this has caused within the community of fans FANG has acquired. Not to mention the sponsorships funding the league. But if I questions going unanswered, rumors spreading. It's not the type of reputation we try to garner here. Thankfully, the problem has been handled. Our PR team is taking care of everything. As you're fully aware, revealing confidential information outside of the league is considered a breach of contract and is grounds for termination, along with its associated fines. But, in lieu of your current circumstances, this breach will be overlooked. So long as you continue performing your obligations. I finally catch a bit of a breath to take my turn. My current circumstances, that's what I wanted to talk about. He holds up a hand, as if to silence me. His voice is louder, more firm this time. Your job is to fight matches that are given to you. If you are refusing to fight, that, too, is grounds for termination. I try to speak, but he continues. I suggest you keep your chin and continue your training. If you are unable to do that, then I'm unsure if you're fit to continue in the FANG League. If this sort of slip-up happens again, there will be consequences. And we'd hate for you to lose the opportunity at FANG. He turns his head, one eye leering at me. Am I understood, Alex? I straighten up, my breath catching itself in my throat. His paralyzing gaze holds me in place until his business is finished. Yes. We both turn our eyes away at the same time, and he returns to surveying his arena. I look forward to watching your next match. As if on cue, the doors open behind me, and the bodyguards are present once again. He says, looking away, arms behind his back. Exactly. He's the boss after all. He doesn't have to look at you. He's like, look, fuck you. When you're under NDA and out of options, you keep your mouth shut, bro. I mean, now he's like kind of turbo fucked, which I find I mean, they basically took away his ability to negotiate with the commissioner now, which I like that it felt organic in the story, because now he has to do what the commissioner says, otherwise the contract will be null and void. They lead me back the way we came, in the same formation, up through the twisting tunnels that form the underbelly of the league. The rhino opens the final door and the elephant forces me through it into the hallway. I turn to look at them, but the door has already been slammed shut. A lock clicks from behind it. So, that's it. It's been buzzing in my mind throughout my body, under my skin, this whole walk up. That was my one chance to fix things. To fix anything. Try to make anything. I need to go. I need to go to do something. My legs move on their own through the hallway, past some strangers, down to some of the gyms. I need to do anything. There has to be something I can do. Is there anything I can do? I move up onto the treadmill, my mind racing as it crawls to a start. There has to be something. I just can't be trapped down here. Quitting is always an option. I can always quit, like Bucky said. I can always quit. It keeps ringing in my head. A cacophony of a voice that doesn't know what it's talking about. I can't quit. I can't just pussy out. What will everyone think? I'll be in debt for the rest of my life. No one topside is going to respect me. I can't. Zander? My eyes laser focus on Redline. He's here too. Cool. Awesome. Great. He has no fucking clue what I have to go through. I was gonna come check on you, but you weren't here. You doing okay? Redline run, he's in another mood. Yeah. Wait. Wait? I nod. He just sort of stands there. Did something happen? I don't want to fucking deal with him. I turn off the treadmill and stumble down, rushing past Redline to the other equipment. I need to force this frustration out. Bruce's friend was using his bench press earlier. Fuck it. Just need something. I need to do something. Just keep my chin down and focus on training. That's what I need to do. Zander! There's enough weight on this barbell for me. This is fine. I'm already laid down. Might as well do something with it. I grip the barbell and open my eyes. Redline standing above me. Need a spotter? Sure. Fine. My arms lift the barbell off perch. This is nothing. Can do this. Can do anything, right? That's why I came down here. It's what people have been telling me since day fucking one. I feel like I'm hallucinating. None of this is fucking real. None of this is happening. I can't beat Bruce. I can't quit. I can't talk to the commissioner. I can't talk to anyone. I can't get my fucking mind straight. Then I am fine, Redline. This is a completely healthy mindset set people in the 1950s. People in the 1950s were utterly stupid when it came to mental health, but you know that, Wildfire, and I know you were just being ironic. Just keep lifting weights. Just keep pushing. Just keep fighting. Keep your mouth shut and keep your chin down. And your nose where it belongs. And maybe you'll get to the next day and you get to do it all over again. This is like some really fucked up Groundhog Day version of MMA, dude. Like, I love this. I do love this a lot. It's absolutely fantastic. Zander, do you? You can't fucking think down here. Everything is too goddamn loud. The only bit of silence in God was with the commissioner, and he went ahead and ruined that too. Just gotta keep moving the barbell. Just forcing it to move. My arms are shaking. But that doesn't matter, I have to keep going. My blood is boiling, scorching straight through my skin. Everything hurts. Just need everyone to shut up so I can do what I need to do. Hey Zen, maybe you... Red, can you shut the fuck up? For God! Searing pain cracks like a lightning bolt, splitting down my side all the way down to my waist. My hands let go of the barbell. Shit! The bar stops an inch from my face. My hands cradling the space on my chest where the pain started. Redline sets the barbell on its perch. Zander, what's happening? I sit up awkwardly. Everything hurts. Hospital. Hospital. Traden. Redline stammers for a second while I wheeze before grabbing my arm and yanking it towards the door. I cry out in pain. Shit, hang on, bud. Gotcha. Anyone know how to keep the pain off? Calls out in the open gym. Everyone working out just sort of looks around, waiting for someone else to answer. After a beat of silence, Redline crouches down, gripping my legs, lifting me onto his back. Hope it'll mean yee. I probably look like an idiot right now getting a piggyback ride from someone my own size. Whatever. Just need to do and just need to something. I don't know. It hurts so too fucking much. We stop moving a little too fast down the hall. Each sprinting step Redline takes jostles my body, pushing harder into the sore spot in my side. I don't say anything. I just pray he gets me to the med bay soon and close my eyes and wait, sucking in air. Redline says something I can't decipher. Words of encouragement, I suppose. Soon enough, I'm through the front doors of the medbay and Redline carries me off to some room. He deposits me as carefully as he can in a bed and sprints out the room again. The door opens and a familiar voice instructs Redline to leave. He waits a beat before his footsteps disappear. Slowly turn my head to greet the doctor. Hey, Doc. Drayden is standing over me. He looks mad. He sits me up and hands me a pill. Swallow. I do it, down dry. It hurts. Everything hurts. Zander. Our gazes meet. Don't look at me like that. Please stop looking at me like that. I don't need your pity. I need to do this. His eyes soften. What happened, Zander? I don't know what happens or why, but I can't stop myself. Tears well at the corner of my eyes. Try to speak, say anything. Nothing but a sob comes out. Don't look at me. I don't need this. I don't deserve this pill. I don't deserve another fight. Please stop looking at me. My eyes closed so I don't have to see him. I'm not sure if it's the effect of the painkiller, my body giving up on me, but I slump forward. Pain striking again as I nearly collapse. Please stop looking at me, Drayden. Take your pill back. Take me back to the gym. I want to scream it. I need to feel this pain in my chest. I need to hurt. His hand slides up and down my back gently. The tears keep pouring out, staining my fur and hands again, like a friend long forgotten knocking on my door. I forgot how good it feels, the salt stinging in my eyes. Maybe that's the opioids talking. Judging by the pain fading in my chest, it probably is. My sobs get more pathetic after a few seconds. For only a moment. In our solitude, I let out the weight of my world that I've been dragging. I'm sorry. I muttered the word through my tears. Drayden stays silent, pulling my head against his chest. His body is so warm and soft. And now I'm getting it wet with my own stupid tears. I don't think that Red has not Red. Zander has so many underlying issues. And he never had anyone who helped him with it. We stay there for a few moments, waiting until my tears sputter to a stop, save for some sniffling. Drayden set up a box of tissues in my lap, with a few used ones strewn to the side of the bed. How about you get some rest? We'll talk later. Don't leave. Sure. Please don't leave. He moves to the door. We are here if you need anything. Just press the button on your bed and we'll be at your side. I need you here. Please don't leave me alone. Got it. Thanks. Drayden flicks the light switch and exits, closing the door behind him. I usually try to avoid naps unless I absolutely need one. I never really had much time to nap anyways. Not only that, but my body just refuses to sleep in short bursts. It's all or nothing. So when Drayden left me yesterday and I cried myself to sleep, I stayed asleep until midnight or so. Extremely inefficient for my workout schedule. Almost jealous of cats. Those guys can pass out and wake up on a whim. Light on their feet too. For the most part. Very unfair that I can't do that. After a sleep-filled day and sleepless night, I'm completely exhausted. The late-night television down here isn't any different from what was like topside. Shitty sitcoms with garbage plots. Though the opioids Drayden gave me making them feel a little more funny than they had any right to be. And it gave me something to focus on, besides the 24 unread texts from Redline. Every other notification from him started with some sort of apology before I swiped it away. Yeah, just one more thing I need to apologize for. Maybe I should take a look through them now that it's daytime. The door opens and I click off my phone, placing it face down on my blanket. Good morning, Zander. Drayden spoke flatly as he entered, taking a seat next to the bed. I've heard the sing-songy cadence of his good morning enough times to know that this was different. Good morning, Doctor. How are you feeling? I'm still not sure how to answer that. Better? The pain has died down a lot. He writes something down in his clipboard. He's a lot less smiley today. Typically, he would have responded with a lame joke. That's good. A brief pause as he finishes writing. Finally look up at me. You usually need to get a hold of what your problem is first before you can manage it, Beastman. And unfortunately, more often than not, it's through experiencing the worst of it. So I'm glad you at least came out the other end and managed how to or learned how to manage your mental health. I've spoken to Redline. Oh no. What happened to the doctor-patient confidentiality? Drayden rolls his eyes and sighs. That only covers your condition, Zander. I'm well within my rights to ask about the events leading up to an incident. From my understanding, it seems that you injured yourself working out. Is that true? I guess I pushed myself a little too far. I explicitly told you to take it easy. He's not smiling, he's mad at me. I know. You said you were going to take it slow. I know. I don't want to make eye contact with him anymore. His eyes are always there when I look back. Drayden lets out a sigh and clips the pen on the top of the clipboard. Well, if you're feeling better, we can let you go. I've spoken to Bucky too. Oh no. For the next week, you are forbidden from doing any sort of exercise without explicit permission from myself and your coach. We've got coaches and cameras that are gonna make sure you don't get yourself into any trouble. The pit in my stomach grows. But doctor, I need... What you need is rest, Zander. You've been hurt, Zander. You've taken serious injury. You can't just get up and start moving again like it didn't happen. But if I don't keep moving, I can't. I feel a twinge in the back of my head. A reminder of my encounter with the commissioner. Give it a week and make sure that bone is good and strong. Then you're free to do whatever it is you need to do. But right now you have to listen to me. Do you understand? Sure. Yes, doctor. He sighs and fidgets with his clipboard. Zander, don't listen. I know that's not what you wanted to hear. I don't like having to get stern with you. But it's the only way we can get you to heal. So, do I just stick around all week? Feel free to do whatever you like. But it might be a good idea to maybe... I don't know. He sits up and holds his pen to his clipboard. Maybe talk about what's been going on. I look away. I could always sneak into the gym at night. I don't really want to call his bluff on how hard I'm getting policed for the next week. But I also know what else I'm supposed to do. What else is there to do if I can prepare for my next fight? Therapy helps, but it doesn't fix everything. Yeah, of course. I mean, they only show you ways how you can manage your own issues. And then you have to basically find your own mixture of the ways or whatever to really get yeah. And then you have to find a way for yourself on how to get everything right, right? Yeah, I always will tell you, stay off your phone. I mean, they're not really that wrong about it. I usually, at this point, actively avoid scrolling through Twitter, for example, because it just makes me depressive. I had a therapist once, she taught me how to make an omelette. And she told me to stop being on my phone so much. She didn't recommend any other coping methods though, so I didn't listen. Problem is they never recommend anything else. And I don't use social media. Yeah, I just read what you posted right now. My dad was just a shitty therapist. They usually should recommend other stuff too. Because there are countless, or for a lot of issues, there are coping mechanisms that they can teach you. And telling you to make an omelette and stay off your phone is like fucking stupid, I feel like. It also helps what Beastman said. That you basically have to acknowledge your own mental health and maybe also assert it sometimes and tell people, look, for my own sake, I'm not doing this, or for my own sake, I will not, I don't know, whatever, help you. I don't know. Shouldn't be on Twitter, to be honest, but I keep coming back. The dopamine hits we all get. Hobbies and dreams keep you going, bro. Absolutely. I think what I could remember, please, is not a license. I'm not a licensed therapist or anything. So be careful with that. But what helped me is in coping with stuff is really just hunker down, essentially, and do something I like. So basically this streaming here that I do is my way of giving me an incentive to go through the week. It's basically like a treat at the end of the week. I get basically to hang out with you all. I get to read visual novels and stuff like that. I can get through the work week, and then essentially the end of the work week, I know you guys will be there. We can hang out, we can talk, we can read this visual novel together, or we can be pirates together or whatever. That's basically my treat at the end of the work week, because I personally, I'm gonna admit it, I can hold a job, right, but I sometimes have a really hard time just coping with it, because work is hard shit, dude. I admire people who can like go for 8 hours a day and not feel like it's completely overwhelming, and they just say, yeah, it's whatever, I'll just shut my brain off when I'm home. You can't do that. And what did I want to do? Oh yeah, I wanted to save. So what are we doing? Hang out with Redline, watch people train, or talk to Drayden. I feel like I want to hang out with Redline. Okay, then let's hang out with Redline. If I'm free to go, I'll just head back to my room. Drayden's ear flickered a little. I'll spend some time hanging out with Red. Sounds like a good way to relax. Woo! I'm not sure if he's facetious about the relaxing aspect either. Yeah, I want to talk to him about yesterday. Always important to save before important choices. Absolutely. I really don't. It seems to perk Drayden up though. Oh great, sounds like a good plan. Give me a call if anything comes up, alright? Hanging out with you and everyone gets me through the week too. Oh, that's so nice to say of you, Ivano. I appreciate you. I did save. I saved before the decision. I saved before the decision. And not stumbling to the door. Walking's always a little weird after getting injured, it seems. You got it, doctor. Again! I know! It's a little weird not having Redline around to bother me in the hospital. No, I suppose that was only a one-time thing so far. Yeah, so far, not really happy with how quickly I resigned to coming back to the medbay more often. So maybe that's a good thing. Coming to terms with my fate. It's exhausting, and not just the walk down this hall, though admittedly I find myself a little bit out of breath by the time I get to the main staircase. Maybe hurting my ribs did more damage than I had thought. My chest hurts from the chest. More than just that, though. I didn't feel this tired yesterday on the treadmill at all. The thought of seeing Redline makes my stomach churn, probably for a few reasons. Maybe it's the embarrassment of getting hauled down the hallway by him. Maybe because he stopped the weights from falling on me. Maybe you should just hug Redline and thank him for his existence, because he's helped you out a bunch of times, and you were a fucking asshole towards him, Zander. You're a fucking cunt towards Redline. And Redline fucking lost you like a bro, dude. Like, you need to make that concession in your life. What am I supposed to say to that? Thanks for keeping my head from getting crushed. And also carrying me to the hospital. Yeah, it would be a fucking start, Zander, you cunt. Yeah, bonds are two-way streets. And you've been slacking, Zander. It's like Redline is, I know this is like a stupid thing, and he's actually a hyena, but not a dog. But Redline is a prototypical dog, actually. He loves you fucking unconditionally. He doesn't care who you are. He just likes you, and then he makes sure you're okay. He just does it on his own way. And fuck me, I just want to marry that himbo. Like, really. Okay, maybe it's what I'm supposed to say. Doesn't make it any easier, especially after I yelled at him like that. Maybe I should go back downstairs and find something else to do. There were some cool books in the library, but I was notified I can't check any out until I win a fight, so it remains unfinished downstairs. Bit of weird gatekeeping process, but I'm not really in any position to fight against it. This would be an excellent opportunity to go finish it up. One look. Redline is best boy and he deserves the world. Yeah, exactly. One quick look at my phone reminds me it's at 2%. Didn't get any charge. I didn't get to charge it yesterday. And this is my old battery drained so damn fast. At the very least, I can get it to my room and grab my charger. Maybe the library will be nice and let me use an outlet. I signed, crack open the door half hopeful that Redline's off with his friends like usual. Redline's laying on his bed, arms outstretched as he looks at the ceiling. He got earbuds in and his eyes closed. If I was Zander, I would give Redline a hug every day and thank him for existing. Yeah, I think Redline, Zander is having a hard time with that. There's something going on with him there too. Like, Zander is a properly broken individual. Wait, is he Brian? Those streaks of dark and matted fur under his eyes seem as good of an indication as any. I stand there for a second in silence. Not sure if he's noticed me yet. Can hear a bit of the music from the door, so it must be pretty loud. Maybe I can sneak past him, just grab my charger. I step in and creep to my bed. Charging cable dangling off the side towards the outlet of the wall. Move past Redline. Lets out a shuddery breath and sniffles. Slowly his eyes open and shift to me. His expression changes instantly. Eyes wide as he sits up. Hey, dude! He turns away from me and wipes his eyes before taking the earbuds out. What's up? How was the doctor? I don't have time to answer before he stands up and moves to the door. He's still turned away from me. Actually, hold that thought. I gotta piss real quick. His paw snaps into a finger gun and redlines out the door. I guess I was staring for too long. I definitely could have got my charger and bailed. But now I feel like I'm obligated to stay. At least just to tell him I was heading down to the library. But then he would probably ask to join, and who knows how little reading I get done with him talking my ear off. He took his phone with him, so he can't really snoop around to see what was going on either. The door cracks open and Redline comes in. Big smile plastered across his face. Sorry about that. Been drinking too much water. Haha. What's up, man? It's concerning to see his temperament shift so quickly. Clearly trying to hide something. Yeah, of course he's trying to hide something, you cunt. He's trying to make light because of you, because he wants you to feel good. Redline puts you above himself right now. Jesus, you motherfucker. Redline is a sweetheart and MVP. He totally is. I was just heading down to the library and look at my charger in the wall. I sigh. With a sigh, I plug my phone in and set it on the desktop. But my phone's dead, so I need to let it charge. Redline's ears step. Oh no, I'm sorry, man. Wanted to bring it to your room, but they wouldn't let me pass the front desk. And they kept catching me when I tried to sneak by. So eventually they put a guard out front too. Wasn't able to find any other way in. Please don't sneak into the med bay, Redline. He winks and smiles. Oh my god, look at that grin. Of course he does. Now promises. So what's up? You cleared to fight again? Remember, one of the messages he sent me was asking about that. I feel bad for ignoring them. But he doesn't seem to be too upset. Not really. Doc says I'm off trading for next week. Gotta let my ribs heal up. Immediately Redline stiffens up, grimacing. Head grin. Ouch, a full week? Isn't that medicine to be some sort of miracle cure? So waits like this don't happen? I thought so too, but here we are. Maybe it's some kind of weird punishment for disobeying him. I laugh. It doesn't feel genuine. Ha ha ha, could be. You were pushing yourself way too hard. Yeah. I don't like that he's blowing it off like it's nothing. Does he not remember saving my head from the weight? Or me yelling at him? That's impossible. He remembers more about me than I do at times. But I'm glad you're okay. Shit, man. A whole week off. What you gonna do with it? He's doing that for your sake, you biscuit. Yeah, it totally is. I shrug and look at my phone, only at 5%, god damn it. Hell if I know. There's a weird moment of silence, Redline sitting in his chair and smiling at me, tail wagging. I think he's waiting for me to say something. What would you do? With all that time, I mean. Redline tails close and he thinks. Don't think I've ever seen him slow down at a question like this before. That's a good question. I usually keep myself busy with fight stuff, you know? Right, that's what I do too. Well, that and work, but those are the same down here. Another laugh, a little more genuine this time. I guess I never thought about it. You can ask me a question like that, dude. There's too many options. Only a week worth of time, Redline. Your options are very limited. He continues thinking. I guess given your current situation, there's not a whole lot I would be able to do with a week. Can't go camping, can't practice music or photography, and we don't have much opportunity to cook until we get our own kitchens. Our own kitchens? Redline nods. Yeah, man, tier 3 rooms get their own little mini kitchens in their room. It's really cool. I used to bake all the time for my siblings, so any practice I can get would be awesome. Redline goes on talking about how his siblings and their favorite baked goods of his. Our own kitchen. I really miss being able to just eat whenever I want. The food here is pretty good. But I've noticed that are less stations open than when I first went to the cafeteria, so my options are getting more limited. I miss making my omelettes. Not as fancy as what they've given us down here, but food always tastes better when you make it myself. And Orlando was always worried about our sugar intake. So he didn't care what we ate as long as we were careful about that. My stomach growled thinking about my eggs. That's a sentence. Redline laughs. It's a hearty laugh, short but full. The rest of the room feels a little warmer now. Sorry, haha. I shouldn't talk so much about food. You're on some special diet for broken ribs, right? No, I just can't work out. All right, what to do for a week? He snaps his finger and flips open his laptop. You ever play Tales of Fury? Oh, good lord, he's a gamer. No. My phone only at 12%. Fuck, no. I can't say I have, Redline. Dude, you're going to love it. Come here. He pulls the chair from my desk over to his and pats the seat. Ugh. I try not to look too dejected as I waddle over to the chair and drop down. Laptop still booting up. Phone gods want you to bond with him. Bond with him. You cannot. What's wrong with that? Well, he doesn't like gamers apparently. Our little Priscilla over here, Queen of the Desert. Well, Queen of the Forest, more like, but yeah. Slow ass laptop been saving up for a new one, but shipping takes ages to get down here. You can't get mail down here? Yeah, well, sorta. Like a quarterly thing. Every few months they collect letters and packages from fans, family, and hand them out. It's like Christmas. But 4 times a year. Unsupervised contact with people topside. Only 4 times a year. What if anyone wants to mail things out? Dixie said, oh no! You gotta get vacation days for anything like that. Then you can go up top and do whatever. I guess that makes sense in theory. No need to bring anything down that you aren't going to need in the future. Yeah, gaming is how bros bond. No wonder he doesn't like it. Zander is properly asocial, so he fucking hates gaming, and so he doesn't have to bond with the bros. Redline's laptop lights up during all this, slowly churning to life before it kicks on his desktop. He steps back in his bed and rummages through a bag he pulled out from under it. Give me a sec. I should have 2 controllers. Sure enough, he produces a second one just in time for a bunch of programs to automatically open on his computer. He hands me one of the controllers and gets to work setting everything up. I don't play too many video games. They never really caught my attention. Couldn't afford them. And Dad was more interested in me living a more active lifestyle anyways. And the controller's supposed to be this frail. Feels like I could bend it in half, but tried hard enough. Redline's looks a lot sturdier, but also way more used. The plastic on top of his joystick is peeling off. Alright, just about done. Ah shit, sorry, He pauses for a second, reaching for my controller. Then hesitates. There's an awkward pause. Then he swaps our controllers so I have the sturdier one. Sorry, they both work. But that one is better. Even it looks kinda junky, I don't really mind either way. Sorry, sits awkwardly, then straightens up when his game boots up. Guess that's the end of that. He seems out of it. Okay, so, have you ever played any fighting games before? Nope. What kind of games do you play? My coworker had me download this one game on my phone once, but I didn't touch it after that. And? Nothing else? Nope. He rubs his hand together and smiles. You are in for a treat. So all fighting games are based on a series of input that... Redline trails off, explaining... Just imagine like you have somebody in front of you who never played a video game and just sit them down to play Street Fighter with them. Like Street Fighter 2 or 4 or whatever. A good Street Fighter, let's put it that way. One that you can get behind. So 2, 4, and 6. Or 3. And you start with an explanation what like half circle, quarter circles, charge characters and whatnot are. The poor guy's gonna fucking dying before you even get to play the game. Redline trails off explaining the basics of the game. Controls, which buttons do what. I'm trying my best to pay attention to his instructions while some flashy intros play on his screen. So, are you light, medium, and heavy attack buttons, and then this here? And this one here does something different with each character. Right, and I just press these. Yep, pretty much. Just a bit more nuanced than that, but you'll get the hang of it. So, what do I do if someone punches me? In game, you gotta block. You just hold your control stick backwards. The fight, right? I can evade or counter. He gets weird, almost confused look on his face. Yes, actually, but that's like advanced. Just like real fights, I guess. Redline flicks through a few menus and a bunch of characters show up on screen. Redline cycles through them, planning who does what, but I also thump over to a few of them. I feel like when it comes to Zander, there's not only anxiety there, I think there's only like ADHD. There's also some ADHD there, because he tends to drift off in conversations, like, or loses, I wouldn't say interest, but can't hold his attention a lot of the time. Like, there's definitely some ADHD going on there as well. I recognize that Fox Girl with all the tales from when Red played this a few months back. I guess she's the main character. Then there's that fat alligator man, he got a big trench coat. Coyote Girl with a sniper, Badger dude in pro wrestling outfit. Some kind of wolf doctor. What the hell kind of fights are they getting into? Are there any like boxers? Oh yeah, Julia here. She seems to be a jackal wearing some torn karate gi. She's the closest we got, at least. She's kind of tricky though, I'd recommend. And log in Julia faster than I can get this over with, the better. Redline makes some kind of awkward sound and goes quiet, then picks another character. Both of the characters make some kind of snarky one-liner, and the fight starts. I do what it looked like Redline was doing the other day, and just press buttons. That didn't last long. The fat crocodile man easily beats my character. Redline tries to give me some pointers, but it doesn't really make sense to me. I love fighters. I have the Street Fighter 30 anniversary collection. Nice. My favorite Street Fighter is still 3. Prime shit. The next round starts, and he tries to instruct me more. Some more. Can we just play the game? It sounds really snippy. Redline pauses for a beat. Yeah, sure. Next round plays out in silence. The same result in the same amount of time. None of the buttons I'm pressing seem to do anything to stop the crocodile guy from attacking me. He is... I'd introduce him to casual classes first, to be honest. I mean, it's actually not that bad to introduce somebody to a fighting game. Because if you remember, well, I mean, maybe you don't. But like, when I had my Super Nintendo, or got my Super Nintendo, the first game, it's not the first game I've ever played, but it certainly was the first game I played on Super Nintendo. It was actually Zelda, and then Street Fighter. And I had Street Fighter, and I had to figure out what's going on in that shit. I read the fucking manual and tried so hard to get the combos down. I was 8 or something, and like, we learned that shit from the get-go. I mean, I fucking suck at fighting games, except if I play Blanca. With Blanca, I'm actually somewhat decent, or with Guile, like with charge characters, because I can actually do shit with them. They are more methodical, to me. But yeah, it's like, you can actually learn that. You can also learn that from a total beginner, because the good thing about these fighting games is And also, for example, 2D platformers. You have the character on screen, you see your character, and they react to your button presses completely directly. Like there's no input delay, nothing. And the inputs aren't also really not that complex, except if you get like in depth. Because you know there's one hard there's a soft, medium, and hard punch, a soft, hard, medium kick. You can throw, you can block. And that's all you need for the start. Right? My first game was Conan the Barbarian. Well, not a Street Fighter game, it definitely had combos. Was it the, I think we already talked about that. And what's the one on the 360, right? With the bare titties and shit, where you fight some giant kraken. Yeah, I like that one. I had fun with that. It's not a masterpiece or anything, but it's like one of the games that really was true to Conan, actually. So yeah, I don't think a fighting game is all that bad of a choice to gift it to someone, but you need to guide them, you know. And I think Red does a pretty good job. But like, Zander is being a cunt again and spewing his menstruation blood everywhere. Because he's, I don't know, he can't handle people too close to him. And yeah. And the next round plays out in silence. To the same result in the same amount of time. None of the buttons I'm pressing seem to do anything to stop the crocodile guy from attacking me. It's the exact same treatment he gets from bros. He can't even fight in fighting games. Look at that loser. Why can't I just duck out and circle around? Or go for a takedown? These fights are annoying. You're not playing by the rules. It's not how that works. Red asks if I want to play again and I grumble back some sort of affirmation. The same thing lasts. I used to love fighting games back in the early 2000s, but then it became too competitive and less fun. I'm more of a casual fun gamer. Yeah, me too. At least he can't breach contract in Street Fighter. No, he can't do that. The same thing last time, only in complete silence. I glance over at Redline and he's not smiling. Do you want to play again? I think I'm good. I set the controller down on the table and Redline scoops it right up. Pushes some buttons and the game closes. Silently he goes to put the controllers back in the bag on his bed. He almost seems in a hurry doing it, judging by the aggressive sound of the bed being shoved under. Judging by the aggressive sound of the bag, they wrote bed instead of bag. Of the bag being shoved under his bed. Sorry, Redline sits back down at the desk and sighs. You can go back to the library if you want. I didn't mean to keep you. I never seen him like this. Quiet, fidgety, and not looking at me. Talks. I almost wish he was talking my ears off. Like Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising these days. Played a lot of Super Smash Bros. And Soul Calibur as a kid. Oh no, he was vulnerable and now he's hurt. No. He used to love soccer for the same reason. Oh my god. Soccer. Soccer. There's a funny thing. So there's a soccer game for the Super Nintendo called Super Soccer. And in Germany, it has a spelling error. I don't know what's it called in English, but the 11-point penalty shooting thing. is called Elfmeterschießen in German. And they switch just one letter around, and it says Elfmeterschießen in German, which means 11 meters shitting. They wrote shitting instead of shooting. It is the funniest shit ever, and it is completely hard-coded into a Nintendo cartridge. And there's another one. I don't know if you've ever seen that short, but man, I should probably make a video about this guy at one point. He's probably not helping the cliches that run around about translators and localizers in the industry these days. But we had one guy who in the 90s for Super Nintendo translations. That dude was wilding out. Like in Link's Awakening for the Game Boy. If you use the fairy dust to spray it on some creatures, they would just say funny lines. And the lines in German were wild. Like, that dude did not translate what they said in Japanese. He never did. And he put in lines like, make love, not war, and don't do it without a condom. It's fucking wild, dude. Like, he has more bangers. Like, the translation of Terranigma was fucking wild. He also... I forgot his name. I have a short up about the Zelda thing on the channel. It's for channel members. If you haven't seen that, you can take a look at that. And he also had some other really interesting choices. Like his Terranigma translation was completely out of hand. Then he did, I think he did the Secret of Evermore translation too. And that one was also completely idiotic. What's a condom? That was basically how I found out what a condom is, because that was exactly what happened. I went to my mom and asked her, "Mom, what's a condom?" This is exactly what happened. Nah, he's alright for a localizer. Like, he completely went fucking bonkers. And I always wanted to do like an interview with him and ask him like, dude, how did you get away with that shit? And just imagine the actual text was something about armor or protection. Could be. It's I don't know, it's wild. Like I said, he was somebody who there's rumors about him too. Like, he had apparently a meeting with Nintendo, and when he went in that meeting, he was shopping in he went to Japan and just went shopping in sex shops, and then came up loaded up with sex toys into that meeting and whatnot. I mean, it's an unconfirmed rumor, so take that with a grain of salt, but yeah. that swirls around too. They're fucking wild, man. His computer desktop looks cluttered with icons and documents all over it. Behind it, though, is a big group, sort of what I assume to be a family? Friends? Half of them are the same breed. Is this your family on the computer? Redline perks up in his chair. Oh yeah! I've not shown you them? Yeah, exactly. Claude Moyes. Exactly. That was him. He's mentioned them every now and again, but I never really paid attention. No need to poke my nose into family affairs. Surprisingly, no. That backhanded comment seems to go over his head. Holds a picture up on this onto the screen. All Google says is in the game if you named your character Moise. There was a Killian techno remix. That yeah, no, the translation was also there. I think the English Zelda wiki or something said there's something about it. I mean, wait, I can actually do this real quick. I mean, I have that. Let me do something real quick. I'll get back to the game in a minute. Just let me do something. We can do this on stream. I feel good about this. This shouldn't be. Where is it? YouTube channel membership. There we go. So don't get scared. Nie ohne Kondom, exactly. Don't get scared. This is my old self, yeah. I went through a transformation and a half, but here is the short that I made about this. And as you can see, that's me. In my previous life. But I like the short enough that it's still on the channel as a members exclusive. So just get your titties ready. We are going to watch this. And let me just change this here real quick. And then we'll start because why not? We can do this. And then we go back to a little bit more of our stuff. Okay, are you ready? I think you're ready. Okay. Go. So yeah, it's basically it. No, I don't want to watch Mad Max Muscles right now. Yeah, that was basically it. Not all that much info, but I thought, why not? Yeah, he looks innocent. He looks innocent, but dude was wild. He looked adorable. Thank you. I was still a baby back. Yeah, that's another one. That's another one. Another line apparently translated. Baby Orco. I just have to get my bearings here. So, okay. With a little thingy, let's go back to the little break. Let's get back to our game over here, Undefeated. It's on the Did You Know Gaming post about Paul Moyes. Oh shit, they had an episode about him. That's wild. Now it captured it, okay. Claude and Moist Zelda translations. Nice. I need to take a look at that. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a second because I need to piss really badly. Okay, my ass is back. Good evening. It's the same image as his desktop. A group of people standing shoulder to shoulder in line. 5 of them are some sort of terrier canine breed, while the other 4 are hyenas. Welcome back, thank you. 5 of them or 4 of them. Holy shit, that's like 9 people. That family's fucking big as tits. Most of them have a big cheesy grin, while a few are only smiling a little. You can see Redline all the way to the right sticking out like a sore thumb. All others have at least a foot of height over him, even with his ears. Redline points to the screen, starting with the older canine man on the left. That's my dad, Boris. That's my dad, Boris. Kinda strict, but he got me into martial arts. So all's well that ends well, right? The finger starts moving to the right, going down the line to introduce them. We got Orlando, the oldest. He coaches sports at community center. Then Ian, he owns the music production company. Grant and Blake run a digital marketing service together. There's Vince. He ended up going on to teach at this university just uptown. Evie, her name is Yvonne, but we all call her Eve. She owns a car shop. I think they're starting to franchise it too. Big things for all of them. And the smallest guy is the one who goes to do martial arts. Thought it was 2 parents and 7 kids, or maybe grandparents. Yeah, I thought so too, but holy shit, it's like 8 kids. Oh, and me, of course, between Eve and Mom. Oh, there's Mom and Eve. My mom, Rain, she's the best, dude. She makes the best chili. She would love you. She loves all my friends. So, you're part terrier and part hyena? He nods. Yep. Every time my mom got pregnant, they flipped a coin. Heads, she'd have a dog. Tails, she'd have a yin. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works. He had to defend himself from his siblings, yeah. I mean, it's simple math, Zander. 1 dog plus 1 yin equals a 50-50 chance of getting dog or a yin. Yes, Redline. I also took biology. I know how breeds are determined. I know how sex works. Do you know how it works? See, Zander, when a mommy and a daddy love each other very much, stop. When a mommy gets absolutely railed by a daddy, stop. Redline laughs it off and starts scrolling through his saved photos. Here we go. He has a whole folder filled with just pictures of his family. That's weird, right? No, it's not. Like, for fuck's sake, this is not fucking weird. If somebody loves his family and has his family, is in good terms with his family, this is not fucking weird. This is us at the cabins up in Northland. Similar looking photo as the desktop, but this time everyone's wearing expensive looking winter gear, all standing in front of a huge log cabin. Zander has no game. No, I think Zander just doesn't have a good relationship with his family, and when that happens, family members care about you, weirdo. Yeah, I feel like you're more detached from this kind of stuff. Grandpa owned a property and let us stay there every solstice. My folks never had any money for stuff like that, but I've heard tales of families that take vacations like that. Skiing, snowboarding, hot cocoa, around a fire pit, all sorts of magical solstice trips that were never in my reach, and all things that Redline is showing me photos of right now. Ian and Eve doing some sort of jumping off a snowboard ramp, Vincent and their mom getting ready to ski, in Orlando sitting on the couch, his arm in a cast. That was last year that he tried skiing, but he still had fun watching the rest of us. There's 1 or 200 photos of the lodge trips in there. They look happy, except Boris, but he doesn't look like the type that smiles for photos too often. Oh hey, he's getting better at remembering names. Yeah, actually he does. How come every picture of you is all blurry? Every time there's a picture of you, it's out of focus. Oh, Mom always had me take the photos for the family. She said I had an eye for photography. Of course, when it was my turn, Mom needed someone else to take the photos. Everyone else was usually too busy, so Mom took mine for me. A little bit unsteady though, huh? But it's nice to get back to these memories. I know he's detached. It's shocking about him. Oh yeah, right. Okay. Yeah, Ivano. Yeah, no, Zander has no game. He doesn't. I mean, he also doesn't seem like the kind of guy who wants actual game. He got no risk. And I think he's okay with that. Sometimes it's also okay with not having any risk. Yeah, Mom always said like be the best. She likes all of us equally. She just... The line flips back to another family photo. Rain's holding a young Redline, probably around 6 or 7 years old. Now he got a lot of things going on, yeah. Mom sorta babied me. Always used to call me a sweet little yeeny beanie. She just likes some people more equally than others. Which was cute for a while, but like gets less cute when I'm trying to take my date to prom, you know? Always said she wanted a girl, so they kept trying to till she... So... They just kept trying till she got one. Lucky her also got a +1 with Eve. The oddest pair of twins I've ever seen. Yeeny beanie. Sure, Eve was bigger and was born Sure, Eve was bigger and was born before me. I mean, they all were. And finally got Mom the girl she wanted. But hey, she got me too, right? Like extra fries on the bottom of the pack. Holy shit, dude. Extra fries on the bottom of the... Oh no, Red. His smile wavers as he stares at the screen. A mother hyena and her son smiling in some now outdated fashion. You know his dad told him that, yeah? Probably. If Ian and Vince always called me Mama's boy, and I definitely was for a while. Whenever they would pick on me or play too rough, Mom always had to step in to protect me, and the rest of them would get punished. Guess it makes sense now that they picked on me for that. I guess it's also kind of my fault for trying to play with them. Biting off more than I can chew, right? Haha. Redline breathes heavy and blinks, swiping at his eyes. Sorry, I must be boring with all these pictures. A few quick clicks in the folder. The family photos is closed. Oh no, did someone die? I hope not. I hope not. A few clicks in the folder with the family photos is closed. The photo on his desktop remains though. He turns to me. Sorry, Redline shakes his head and takes a deep breath. What about you, your family? I don't think I'm ready to have this kind of talk with Redline just yet. We, didn't go on these kind of trips, that's for sure. A lot of pastimes when talking about his mom. Oh yeah, you're right, actually. Maybe his mom isn't there anymore. Why not? Do you not like the cold, or do you guys like hibernate? No, my parents didn't really care for the cold. Makes me wonder why they chose to live so far up north, but that's whatever. But, you know, no brothers or sisters or anything like that, just me. Dude, I got siblings to spare. Blake and Grant would love you. Well, maybe they're hard to talk to sometimes. My mom could make you fancy vegetarian food, I bet. Thanks. I'll take you up on that offer. Sounds good. I'll save up some vacation time so we can take a trip when you get some. Looking forward to it. Thank God. Not that I get any time in the first place, though. Though maybe that's not a bad idea if a miracle happens, but if they're anything like Redline, it sounds like it's a loud vacation. Not too keen on the sound of that. Oh, Jesus. Why are you like... What about your parents? Oh, boy. They're, nice. Nailed it. Looks like he's expecting more. Very keen on my success. Always talked about how good my grades were. Dad seemed really happy when I moved from boxing to MMA. But that hadn't much of a choice. He always tried to get me to watch MMA fights. Was the only thing he ever seemed to actually want to sit down and watch with me. A family that fights together. You could say that. My dad did the same thing, well, sort of. Grandpa made my dad take up martial arts. And when they passed that, and then he passed that down to us. Only Orlando, Vince, and Eve still do anything with it, though. And I am the one making a living out of it. Seems pretty proud of the fact with his chest puffed out and chin held high. I guess it is actually very impressive. It's pretty cool. I don't think my mom could have handled more kids. She barely was able to juggle taking me to practice. Not for the lack of trying, but she was just a lot to handle with her work schedule. But yeah, that's my family. I don't think he's too satisfied, but that's only fair. I omitted all the bad stuff. He doesn't need to worry about it. Redline doesn't seem convinced either. But I think he's waiting for me to give more. Not that I'm particularly willing to. I don't have a photo album or anything like that. I like what you have, though. That must mean a lot to you. Oh, definitely. I mean, you saw them all, right? They're so big and cool. And, you know, successful. Gotta make sure I can keep up with the rest of them, right? There's an uncomfortable smile again. The same as when... Yeah, he's trying to... He's trying to show that he's more than mama's boy, that he can stand on his own. And that's why he went into martial arts. There's that uncomfortable smile again. The same as when we were talking about rain. Paired with the silence that usually lingers between us. After a moment or two of scrolling through some pictures, Redline leans back with a big stretch. What a nice walk down memory lane. Thanks for joining me, Zander. I felt like he dragged me along. Felt more like he dragged me along, but as long as he's not crying anymore, no problem. Redline stands back up, doing an even bigger stretch this time. I think I'm gonna head for the gym. Get my body moving a bit. You wanna join me? My ribs. Alright, dude, of course. Sorry. You just wanna hang out here? Shake my head and return to my phone fully charged. I pocket it. Nah, I've got to take care of some stuff. Have fun in the gym. I almost sounded salty as I said it, but I didn't mean any harm behind it. Redline smiles. Oh, alright. For sure, dude. I'll see you around. We both exit the room and part ways. As he heads down the hall, his ears aren't perked like they normally are. I pass into the emergency staircase, seemingly alone again, at least. And now, to find something else to do. Let's talk to Drayden. Therapy. Drayden's tender voice rings annoyingly in my ear when that word comes up. Isn't that stuff safe for people that have been through dangerous events or whatever, wars and stuff? Whatever. Talking about my parents has got me a little heated. I think I felt like something gripped my stomach and crumbled it up when Redline asked what they were like. All that talk about his family, go on vacations, they are also successful, nice, closest, loving parents. Fuck. A twinge of pain shocks my ribs. Right. Can't afford to forget that stare. Fuck it. Whip out the phone, call up Drayden. Gave me his number after my last fight with Bruce. Rings once, he then picks up. Hello, Zander. His sing-songy inflection is contagious. Hey, doctor, are you free? Of course, is everything alright? My ribs hurt. Not exactly a lie, but I think I just needed someone to talk with. I don't think I can get you more pain pills. No, I don't need any of that. Oh god, are you resting? I sigh. Look, can I just come see you? There's a weird pause, but Drayden speaks. Of course, Zander. I'll be in the room you had earlier. We'll see you then. I hang up and make my way towards the med bay. That was annoying though. I guess he's supposed to be careful with medication. Strong as ours. As I begin that long trek, a thought occurs to me. Hey, this actually kind of fucking sucks. And I really don't want to talk about this with Drayden. Why did you... Oh my god. Every fiber of my being is tugging at me to turn on my heels and go back to my room. Take the night off. Maybe try that game again with Redline. Getting my ass handed to me by Redline again doesn't sound like my idea of relaxing evening though. And I already told Drayden I'd be there in a few minutes. I love when I have doubts right after I start something. Woo! Yeah, it's you can't talk about anything during therapy, bro, don't overthink it. Gotta start slow. He is the prime overthinker. Disappointing him twice is the same day I'd like to not upset the person that handles my delicate medical procedure. I don't want to do this. It's all I can think about. The knot in my stomach tightening as my legs carry me to the room. Before I know it, I'm sitting up in the bed again. Drayden sitting across me. Again, the feline smiles at me. A pleasure to see you again, Zander. What can I do for you? You said your ribs were acting up. I fidget. Yeah, I was talking with Redline and it just started to... I wasn't exercising or anything, so don't need to worry about that. The pain pulses again. Getting annoying. Why can't I just say what I need? What do I need? I need to fight through this. I need to get out of this contract and I need to start doing what I came down here to do. But if I don't rest, my body won't be ready to train again. And if I'm not training, we can't win the fight. And if I can't win the fight, I'll end up getting hurt again and get sent back here and... Spiraling thoughts. They are so much fun. Zander. I look up and Drayden looks a little more concerned than before. You spaced out. Yeah. He smiles. I've been doing that a lot, Red tells me. I sigh and Drayden readjusts himself on the chair. What's going on, Zander? Fine. Everything's been bad since I got down here. I thought things were going to be easier. I thought once I got into the league, it would be like it was topside, but with less worry. I could just train and fight. No more dead-end job, no more money troubles, no more of my shitty apartment, no more. Just then my phone buzzes violently in my pocket. I peek at the screen. No more of these stupid fucking calls. Just the phone next to me on the bed. Who's calling you? My dad. It's been a while since you've seen your family. But judging from your reaction just now, something tells me you don't want to. Can I ask why you don't pick up? It's a bit of a heavy subject. Maybe I can help you carry it. Glare at him. He clicks his pen and then smiles at me. You're not gonna make me do some weird psycho-hypnosis bullshit, are you? He pauses for a moment. I don't like how long it lasts. Not unless it's necessary. It was a joke. Drayden clears his throat. So, your father. Maybe this was a mistake. Close my eyes as I speak. Dad was an asshole. I mean, he wasn't always bad. I remember growing up, he would take me out to ball games and fights. But none of that gay pro wrestling shit. Oh no! Oh no! But none of that gay. We only ever went to watch MMA fights. And we would stream FANG fights, but when he could get me to watch them with him. That sounds like fun. Did you enjoy it? I did. I think I did. I think Zander was into gay pro wrestling. Shit. As the dad called it. Yeah, it's weird. His dad is weird. I hear the cat write something down. Feels like I'm giving him too much information. Did something happen to change that? My dad lost his job back when I was just getting into high school. I have to pick your father up from the police station. He got in a fight with a coworker. Why am I not surprised? They fired you over that? Good riddance. People like that should just keep it in the bedroom. And he sort of sat around the house ever since. Complained a lot. Drank a lot more. How old are you, Zander? 24. Scribbled something down. Must have been hard on your family. I shrug. Mom supported us, and with Dad on unemployment, we went from only sort of broke to pretty broke. So money was tight from the start. Yeah, I mean, they always did their best, I think. Got a nice present or two for Christmas, and they paid for my boxing classes. Yeah, that might be also something. Beastman. Well, Dad used to. Said it was gonna make me into a real man. Raiden sort of snickers at that. You think it worked? Probably not in the way they wanted. Did you like boxing, Zander? I did. I mean, I do still, but MMA just feels more natural to me. I'm a lot more flexible now than I was when I was younger. I can wrestle a lot better too, and it made me braver. And I don't want you near that coach anymore. You're doing MMA now. That never did like my boxing coach. Why not? They had their differences. Your father just wants what's best for you. You're going to be fighting with real men. None of these queers in that other gym. Oh my god. So, his dad was a raging homophobe. Okay, got it. If my son that ended up like him, I'd shoot him on this. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, oh god. Like, I feel so sorry for kids who have to go through this fucking shit. Like, I really am. Imagine, like, you're just experiencing this and you are insecure your fucking self. Like, is this real? Am I really gay? Am I really into boys? Do I really do that? And then your shit ass homophobic father is like, yeah, boy, this is fucking wrong. Man, sometimes I fucking hate parents. Good thing he didn't tell Redline. I kind of hope they become an item, because Zander needs like a Redline to get him straight, I guess. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that was an awful joke. The guys at Dad's new gym were intense. They went a lot harder than my friends in boxing. Get any knockouts? No, they hit me too hard. Dad, just like every class, I don't feel good. Yeah, Redline would be good for him, definitely. And I do think Redline is kind of struggling with the same thing. Maybe, I don't know, could be. But we'll see. Yeah, I think so. I think so too. At least Red would be somebody who just accepted him how he is, no matter how Red is oriented. Even if Red was straight, he was like, dude, that's awesome that you like dudes. Like, my brother likes dudes too. Let me introduce you to. There would be Redline, you know? Or one of my friends likes dudes too. Let me introduce you to him. He'd be like that guy. He'd be like on your side. He'd be the guy who go with you into a gay club. Just so you can go and have fun. Don't be such a pussy, it builds character. When I was a kid, you'd get your ass beat for even looking at a guy wrong. But it's fine, I turned 16 and I got a job and moved out. Drayton goes quiet for a second, and I open my eyes to see him holding a tissue. I hadn't realized the tears rolling down my face. I feel like we skipped over a bit of that. Why did you move out? Alex, your father and I found your phone. We saw some interesting thing. Oh my god, they found his porn stash. Did you send these messages? What the fuck were you thinking? I can't do this. Stop. You see why she's crying? This is your fault. I didn't. You're gonna get the fuck out of my house. Kenneth, please at least let him. Get the fuck out, Alex! Zander. I open my eyes, Drayton's holding the box of tissues out to me. At least you didn't shoot him. I mean, yeah, at least that's something, I guess. Even worse, he let him rot on the street because he just liked dick. It is. Welcome, Kai. Breathe. I'm crying harder than I thought. The doctor places a paw on my shoulder, holding me tenderly. Take the box and set it on the bed next to me. My breathing steadies after a moment. I'm not Captain Planet here. I snatch a tissue and blow my nose, crumbling it up and dropping it next to the box. Yeah, of course I do. I watched that show, believe it or not. When I was 16, I moved out. Mom found out I was gay and told Dad. Zander. I was planning on leaving anyway. Fine, I'm fine. Are you? Yeah. I sniffle and wipe my eyes with another tissue. Drayton makes a disapproving sound. I just didn't have anything planned out yet. I didn't have a lot of friends to go to, so... Alex, what are you doing here? Can I stay with you? Oh, of course, it's been a while. What's going on? I'm so sorry, Zander. Where did you end up staying? My old boxing coach, Vinny. He gave me a place to crash while I figured things out. The one your father didn't like? Yeah. I crumpled up my tissue. What kind of messages did they find? Oh. Oh no, what kind of messages did they find? Just asking Vinny about gay stuff. How to know if I was gay. What I should be even doing, I don't know. I didn't know anything. I was scared. And Winnie was the only adult I knew that had any information about any of that. So Winnie was gay too. We shouldn't have been sending those messages in the first place. It was a stupid idea. I knew how my parents would have reacted. Does that give them justification for kicking you out? They didn't kick me out. I chose to move out. They didn't give you a choice. I moved out on my own. And you're just okay with that? Yeah. Oh, Jesus. Ah. Pepperidge Farms. Got new tires on the car. Got tea. Got soil put in the pots. Farming. You can catch some of your stream. Nice. Want some of that Pepperidge Farm cookies. Pepperidge Farm. Never heard of Pepperidge Farm cookies. There's an app for secret messaging, and you can change the appearance of it to look like something else. That's nice. But I feel like it's on the other hand, it's on one hand good that something like this maybe exists. I can see a lot of dangers in that app. But I also think it's kind of sad it has to exist. Because fucking hell, dude. No. I don't know what I did wrong. They raised me right. They loved me when I was a kid. Why did that change? The tears follow the stream. They formed down my cheeks. I wanted to fix myself. I wanted to stop. I wanted to be better for them. Zander, do you think you could do anything to make them happy? Shake my head. I don't know. Do you mind if I make some assumptions? My heavy breathing slows a bit. I shake my head. Drayden continues, his eyes narrowing. You never could be good enough for them. No matter what you did or what you changed about yourself, it would never be enough. My head drops. Bent forward, holding myself up as I sup into my hands. Giving up boxing and becoming straight. That might have made them happy, but that's not you. Nothing you do will ever be good enough for them. And if they can't bring themselves to be happy with you, it's their own fault. You're so young, Zander. You have so much of your life ahead of you, and it's time you start doing things for your own happiness. You need to consider what's going to make you happy. It takes a moment for me to catch my breath. He's right. I know he's right. I need him to be right. Otherwise all this anger I've let sit inside me for years will have been for nothing. I mean, for starters, I'd like to stop fighting Bruce. That made me pretty fucking stoked. The words feel like acid spilling out of my mouth, but Drayden laughs anyways. I mean, outside of all this, clearly it's still hurting you. I don't know. I thought moving out would fix it. I thought it did fix it. But you're still afraid whenever he calls. Yeah. It's especially with parent validation. With the validations of your parent. Either your parents are there for you and will validate you and will help you. They will set boundaries, of course, but Or at least healthy boundaries, because boundaries are important as well. But I do think real parents will always validate you in some way, and real parents will always love you, no matter who you are. And those aren't real parents. You don't throw your kid out because it's gay. Why haven't you blocked his number yet? Phones can do that these days. I don't know. Do you think you'll ever answer the call? I don't know. I'm sorry. He only smiles at me. I don't want you to apologizing to me like that, Zander. I haven't done anything wrong. Shake my head, it feels heavy. Yesterday I got mad at Redline. He mentioned that. Said he doesn't know why though. Are you comfortable sharing? The commissioner called me earlier before that. I thought we were going to talk about the contract or the fights. He just yelled at me about a comment I made on Headkick. Drayden starts to ask questions, but I answer it for him. It's a social media site for exercise types. He smiles and scribbles something down. I was just trying to clarify something, but I kinda blew up and I guess broke my contract. I wanted to get my fights figured out. I can't keep fighting Bruce, but the commissioner, he just didn't listen. He just shut me down. I was trying to defend myself. I'm just trying to stay alive down here. It feels like my body is forcing more tears at this point. Just let them trail down my face. I lost it. I don't remember anything after that. I don't know. Sometimes I get mad and I don't know what to do. Feels like I'm carrying 100 extra pounds underwater. Can't feel things, my body just drags itself and I lose control. Drayden writes something down, then looks back up at me. Does that sort of thing happen often, Zander? I guess so. It happens a lot more often when I live with my parents. And since you came down here? Yeah, it did in the cafeteria. Bruce shoved me and I sort of spaced out. In Redline in the gym when he dropped me and all the other guys saw. Why do you think this happens? Where you lock up and can't feel things. I'm gonna take a step in the dark and say it has something to do with my parents. Drayden giggles. Well, I'm not gonna say that's not the reason, but I think there's more to the core issue. Sure, they might have contributed to the cause, but removing them isn't the whole cure. Even if a wound heals, lasting effects may endure. A person with a broken leg may suffer mobility issues for the rest of their life. So because of things I had no control over, I'm fucked up for life? I'd rather put a positive spin on things. Trying to see it as a chance to modify your behavior in certain circumstances. Yeah. This is trauma response. What he's talking about. I mean, Zander obviously doesn't really understand it because Zander has never really looked into this topic. This is the first time he's basically getting in touch with it. If someone's shoulder is damaged, they may have limited range of motion for a long time. Sure, it might suck a lot, and they can learn their limits and control what they are able to do. So if you find yourself in a position where you can feel one of those episodes coming on, we can try grounding yourself. I hope it doesn't happen. But if you find anything, you find yourself getting frustrated, I want you to just touch something, anything physical. Anything that can remind you that you are still here. Grounding can help you realign with reality. Focusing on something in your present moment can help turn your attention away from these intense negative emotions. Of course, we won't be ignoring them and pretending like they don't exist. But if you can control your mood, you can control your actions easier. Now I want you to focus on your breathing. In and out, very slowly. Gives an example of how I'm meant to breathe. I mirror it. I'm still a little worked up from earlier, so my breaths are a bit shaky. In and out. In and out. I remember telling my grandparents I was gay, but I never told my mom. Grandparents are still in denial about it. Yeah, some people never will accept it. That's the problem. It's just a person breathing. That's all you need to be. You're exactly who you're meant to be. You're doing the best you can. Few moments of breathing, after a while the shakiness subsides. I have control over my breathing and my heart rate has died down. How do you feel, Zander? His voice gently peels away the silence. I feel better. Good. I want to thank you for sharing all this with me. I imagine it's not easy to think back on these memories. I try to ignore them. That's actually not the right kind of action, at least that's what I've been told. Exactly. It's important to learn from them. They're affecting your behavior, and it's much easier to make a positive change to your behavior if we are able to take a look at what may have caused them. Exactly. You're not supposed to ignore bad memories. You're supposed to learn from them. You're supposed to go over them and analyze them. Even if it's not, I shouldn't say all bad memories, of course, but that's something you need to do to get back and to improve. I mean, it works for, it can work for people. For other people, maybe not. I don't know. Guess that makes sense. Wonderful. I think now is a good time to call it for today. And I've got another meeting in a bit. Before you leave, is there anything else I can do for you? There's a lot I want, but not anything he can't do about. Feels good finally have that off my chest though. I don't think I shared that with anyone besides Vinny. And why should I? No one should have to deal with that, and I don't want people treating me different because of it. Daryl Drayden doesn't seem to be talking down to me. Because I feel like most people wouldn't. I don't think there is. I still feel like most people wouldn't talk down to Zander. The problem is he hasn't experienced it in any other way. Like, what's the rate now? He came out twice. Well, 3 times now. He came out to his parents. That went to complete shit. I mean, it was a forced coming out because they found his messages. Then they Then he came out before that to Vinny, which went probably better than expected. And now he came out to Drayden, and Drayden doesn't really will treat him any differently. What do I do now? Like right now, I suppose you get some food or read a book or maybe. I mean, like, what do I do when he calls again? I'm not entirely sure. What do you want to do? I'm still not sure either, sorry. Shakes his head and stands up, moving closer to me. Drayden starts up, picking the tissues I've had balled up and dropped on the mattress. Told you before, you don't need to apologize for things like that. These things can be complicated. All we can do is try to piece things together. But I always think it's easier with a little help. Don't you agree? Yeah, I guess you might be right. Take that as a win for me. The two of us chuckle as we finish cleaning up. Drayden makes his way to another office, sees me off to exit the med bay. I feel weird, a little heavy but lighter at the same time. My chest doesn't hurt a whole lot though, which is weird considering how much crying I just did. I hope the tears don't muck up my fur too much. How else am I supposed to occupy my time? Can we hang out with Redline again? Redline's going to the gym. Drayden's is gonna skin me alive if he finds out I went to work out with him. Drayden's handling some other important business right now. I feel like I need a break anyways. And I might need to change of scene. Bucky's probably coaching a class right now. I know I'm not supposed to train, but Drayden's won't get mad if I just watch people exercise, right? Like it seems like calmer presence than Redline too. It's like I need that after all. Let's go have a chat with Bucky. I head down the hall towards the gyms. All right. This is where I gonna depart for today. We did another 5 hours. I'm pretty good on that. And yeah, next Saturday, we're gonna have our chat with Bucky, and then we'll see how that goes. Okay, anyways, everyone, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome as always. And yeah, it was a great stream actually. It was a lot of fun. And yeah, I wish you all a nice evening, a nice rest of your Saturday. Tomorrow members only stream with Sweetpool. So members, if you can catch the stream, come over. And I would suggest, if you do want to watch in half end, catch the VOD from last week before the stream starts. Sweetpool is very interesting, very interesting. And if you do not want to watch the stream, I would say it is currently on sale on Steam for $9, I believe. It's the censored version though, and I feel like this is also something I should say. I feel like this is, I've only played 3 hours, so I can't really say a lot about it. I have a very good feeling about it, but I also feel like it's not for people with a weak stomach. There's a lot of shit going on in there. But if you're interested, take a look at the Steam page and just check it out. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. And also, obviously, Undefeated is on itch.io. It's free. Just download it and have a go at it at your own pace. You can do that after I streamed it or before I streamed it or whatever. All right, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna cut off the show now. Take care, everyone. Have a nice evening and bye.